We're on.
Okay. All right, call to order, Ojai City Council, May 4th, 2021. We have a quorum. Gail, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sticks,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Here.
Councilmember Blatz,
Here.
Councilmember Francina,
Here.
Councilmember Haney,
Here.
Thank you, Gail. And Randy, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Here, I'd love to.
Thank you.
Right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you, Randy. And a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And roll call, Gail, please?
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, and then we have commission reports, James?
Yeah, I
Any?
don't believe I saw any commissioners signed up today, but I'll ask Gail to confirm that.
Let me see. I had no one sign up. I had someone call me about speaking, but they haven't signed up. No.
Yeah, no, I don't see anybody signed up. So no commissioner comments at this time.
Let's move on to public communication. Gail, any public communication tonight?
Yes, we have 8 people who've signed up for public comments, and I am going to try to call on them in the order that they signed up because we had the special circumstances with the meeting from last week rolling over to this week, and I want to give everyone a chance who signed up last week to speak first. So we'll see how this goes. The first person I have is Wendy Larner. Wendy, let me see. Hold on one moment. I'm going to go on mute for just a moment.
I'm just going to take
Okay,
some.
now we're ready to go. Okay.
Thank you, Gail.
Okay, and so Wendy, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You can go ahead and speak, Wendy. Is she there?
I thought I saw her mute herself again.
I see her. I see her name.
Wendy, are you there? If you can unmute yourself and go ahead and speak. Well, we'll come back to her.
Sorry, there.
There you are. Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm not familiar with this format.
That's not a problem. Go ahead. We understand.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am referencing the April 13th City Council meeting and would like to first speak on discussion item 6, which was recommended from the Climate Emergency Mobilization Committee. The recommendations were to request elect the U.S. Post Office and to begin planning electrifying the city vehicles, buildings, and equipment. And also action item K, the adoption of resolution to request federal and/or state money to be matched by city to the tune of $110,000 or $88,000 for new electric trolleys. I would agree with the extra expense for electrifying Ojai to both the city and to the public here, the citizens, if the science was verifying all the climate change hysteria, but it is not. There are several considerations. Most importantly, it is being reported in and from studies that the climate models that the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, have been using to drive this climate crisis narrative are flawed, unreliable, and inconsistent, leading to gross errors in predicting temperature changes across the planet. There is no hockey stick rise in temperatures over 36 years of monitoring actual temperatures and comparing those to the models. The predictions from models have been consistently and remarkably wrong. There is also no settled science on the percentage of human causation for the much slighter than claimed in certain circles warming. Certainly nothing to justify the expensive and life-altering energy choices being pushed everywhere, even here in Ojai, where we can ill afford it. I would be happy to provide documentation before costly and unnecessary decisions are made. There are other reasons why starting down this road is unwise. First, the personal economic impact on the most vulnerable, which includes the poor and the middle class. Secondly, the missed opportunities for clean and less expensive fuel alternatives. Thirdly, both Elon Musk and Akio Toyoda are admitting there is not enough current energy to fuel mass conversion to even electric vehicles, much less everything else, and especially not with renewable energy. Finally, and I think the most compelling reason that we ought not go down this yet without further investigation is the loss of local control it portends. Ultimately, cities to counties, counties to states, states to regions that will be manned by non-elected authorities, regions to countries, and countries to world government.
Thank you, Wendy. I really appreciate that.
The control being promoted is not constitutional, and it does not protect the American ideals of liberty and justice. Thank you for your attention. Sorry, I had to talk so fast.
Thanks for coming.
May I
You
ask?
bet.
I need to ask. I couldn't hear some of. Is it on my end, or was there a disruption for everyone?
I,
was in
I
and
think
out a
it's on
little
her
bit.
end.
Yeah. Okay. Next, Gail.
Next, we have Tina Mayer, and I'm just for clarification, I'm going down the list of people who've signed up, but that are actually in the list, because not everyone who signed up is actually showing in the queue here tonight. And let me remind all the speakers that comments are limited to 3 minutes unless Mayor Sticks determines a different length of time. So I'll go ahead and bring in Tina. Tina, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Tina Mayer, and I am a new resident of Ojai who just bought a house on Drown Avenue. As a plaintiff's side attorney, I am shocked to see the lack of safe pedestrian access in my new neighborhood. I watch daily as disabled neighbors are left to fend for themselves against speeding delivery trucks, dropping off liquor or food to the many shops and restaurants on Ojai Avenue. In fact, while I was thinking about the lack of safety for pedestrians and the propensity of vehicles to speed in my neighborhood, our neighbor's 13-year-old dog, Oso, was tragically hit and run by a speeding SUV, which did not stop, last week around 8:30 p.m. I had to watch my new neighbor weeping as he choked through tears and grief to explain the events to the police, and I can still feel his pain and loss as our whole neighborhood has felt. As I helped wash the blood and internal organs off the street right in front of my new home, Conversations began with neighbors, and I learned that this issue of pedestrian pet safety against speeding traffic in our neighborhood is nothing new, but has been well known for some time. In fact, this council has approved speed bumps recently on Drown Avenue through the work of resident Mas Vidal and council member Haney, but the project ultimately stalled due to funding. Speed bumps are a safe, speedy, and economic solution to our fatal problems in and around Drown and Fulton Avenues. They are not permanent and can be removed later if the city finds a better solution, such as bike lanes, one-way streets, or roundabouts. The cost for a set of speed bumps is $3,000, and Drown Avenue would need 2 sets, which is only $6,000. I understand the city has been struggling since the Thomas fire with finances, but this is a situation where I would hate to see the city be a penny wise and a pound foolish, especially when lives are at stake. Therefore, I strongly urge the council to make this a priority for next session so that more residents can tell you what this means to their lives, and even tell you how we've come up with a variety of crowdsourcing ideas to fund the project ourselves if needed. We hope that you will hear us today and take action to protect us for tomorrow. Lastly, I strongly support a traffic calming study, which is a term they use in Europe to create streets where cars do not dominate street life by including bike lanes, roundabouts, and other methods, including one-way streets. I used to live in Belmont Shore in Long Beach, and there are many one-way streets and bike lanes that have dramatically improved life there. It would be amazing if Ojai got on the green, carbon-reducing, life-enhancing course of calming traffic and increasing bike lanes to make it a better and more hospitable city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina, for calling in, and sorry to hear about the dog, and welcome to town. Next, Gail.
Next, we have Rich Anderson. Rich, you should be able to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself if you're muted, and you can begin.
Great, thank you. Dear Council, in the past, this council has approved speed bumps be installed on Drown Avenue. My understanding is that resident Mas Vidal worked with Councilmember Haney for this approval, but that funding was the issue that stalled the installation. As a resident of Ojai, I respectfully request the council approve to fund the installation of speed bumps on Drown and Fulton Street. However, I want to also move this council to invest in a speed and traffic calming study to be conducted and implemented for Drown, Fulton, and Oak Street. It is well known cars speed down, Drown, and Fulton, while people and pets must duck out of the way in between parked cars due to the lack of sidewalks. Tragedies have already struck. Yes, speed bumps will help slow cars, but cars will continue to dominate the mode of transportation on these streets if speed bumps alone are utilized. Instead of cars deterring walking and biking and putting men, women, children, and animals in danger, there could be a kind of equilibrium among all the uses of the street, so no one mode dominates at the expense of the other while keeping residents and pets safe. This solution could include converting streets to one-way traffic, curb extensions for walking, bike lanes, and the use of roundabouts. These types of improvements would encourage walking and biking and would force motorists to slow down and exercise caution. As such, I request the council move for a speed and traffic calming study for both Drown and Fulton Street to recommend specific speed and traffic calming recommendations and implementation before tragedy strikes again. In the meantime, I request the council approve to fund speed bumps for the streets. Please set these items for the future agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rich, for calling in. Right. Next, Gail.
That is actually all the people we have. We have other people signed up, but they're not showing in the queue.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to discussion item number 2, the sheriff's contract. So just really great that we're all here discussing it together, and grateful to Assistant Sheriff Dunn for coming. James?
Yes, thank you. And I'll start with just a brief overview, and I'll ask the city attorney as well to walk through the draft that we prepared. We've spoken about this issue several times at council, but it has been a while. So I wanted to give an overview and note that the agreement with the sheriff's office is the largest agreement that the city of Ojai has with any agency. The city purchases approximately $3.5 million in police services annually, which accounts for, in a normal year, 35 to 45% of our budget. On a year like this year, it's closer to 50% of our budget. The agreement has not been updated since it was amended in 1980. Although as noted in the staff report that lays out kind of the timeline, the Ventura County Auditor Controller's Office did recommend an update back in 2012. Since that time, the city of Ojai several times throughout the year has requested an updated agreement. Most recently, the city submitted a formal request for an updated agreement on July 9th, 2020. Since July 9th, the city's ad hoc committee, contract review committee, met with the county executive officer staff and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office staff several times to work towards an update. Those meetings culminated in a letter from the CEO and Sheriff's Office on December 30th, 2020, indicating that the county would work with the city towards updating that agreement. To start the process, the city prepared a draft agreement, which is included in the agenda today. And that draft, I'm going to ask the city attorney to just walk through some of the highlights. With that, city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. So on the table is a proposed new sheriff services agreement. As noted, the existing agreement was entered into in 1976 and amended in 1979 and 1980. It is accompanied by a lease for the police station. The Ojai Police Station building and grounds are owned by the city, and the county has leased them also since 1979. That lease was further updated in 1987 and then extended and updated slightly in 1995. The the existing agreements are, as noted, rather dated and in need of updating. The proposed sheriff's contract has a couple of key points. I'll just cover 8 briefly. The sheriff will be granted the authority to and agree to enforce state law and the Ojai Municipal Code and other city ordinances. Of course, the sheriff always has the power to enforce state law, but it would be further enforcement in agreement to enforce the city's own codes. The minimum level of service would reflect the status of the city as the smallest city in the county by population, about half of the next largest city. And the county determination of the minimum number of service, or the minimum number of deputies rather, would be that needed to provide 24-hour service by 2 deputy sheriffs within the city, reflecting its size. The city would have the right to recommend a chief of police to be appointed by the sheriff from 2 qualified candidates provided by the sheriff's office. The county would be required to provide an annual report covering service calls, crime statistics, and labor costs, justifying the costs incurred for each year and as a basis for the city's renewal of the services costs for each next year. So council would have an annual opportunity to review the costs and agree or disagree or negotiate with the county over the cost for the coming year. The proposed term would be 5 years to take effect July 1st of this year through June 30, 2026, with an annual right to terminate for each party. The contract would further require that the city not be billed for overhead costs attributable to general county services, including the sheriff's administration and command staff, the district attorney, custody and jail services, bailiff, or coroner services. The contract would provide as to costs that the city's annual services costs be calculated taking into account, as noted, the city's size, but also that the city is roughly a quarter of the population of the total service area served by the Ojai station, and further that the city would be charged for a quarter of the chief's salary, a quarter of a detective's salary, the salaries of 6 1/4 of the 25 deputies that currently serve the Ojai station, and a quarter of the sheriff's cadet salary, with provision for those percentages to be updated as the city's population changes relative to the population of the area served by the Ojai station. As noted, the contract is a proposal, and the city, staff invites comment from the council, from the public, the county, and all with an interest in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions from council?
Mayor, do we have any public comments on this?
I'm gonna ask Gail, any public, we do have public comments.
Yes, we do. We have 4 people to speak on this.
And Mayor, and prior to that, did the is it Officer Dunn? Did he want to say anything before comments or after comments? What would he?
After comments, James? Is that-
Yeah, I think, so let me note too, we have 19 written comments that were provided to the city council today on this topic. And then the comments that Gail just mentioned. So my recommendation is to take those comments and then council can then ask the sheriff's office for their comments.
Okay, great. All right, first one, Gail, please.
Okay, the first person we have is Angelo Haynes. Angelo, you should be able to speak. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself, you can start.
Hello, good afternoon or good evening, Ojai City Council. I'd like to first start off my comment by stating that the sense of urgency around police reform does not seem to be present in the discussion that I'm hearing amongst the City Council. It seems to be predominantly a discussion about fiscal responsibility and conservatism, and not about protecting the rights of the citizens of Ojai. And I strongly urge even the more conservative members of the council to think about that as a priority first, instead of being a bunch of bean counters focusing on saving money. The main thing I want to also focus on are making sure that the police services, because they're able to enforce quite a bit now that you've mentioned these key points, is we need to have oversight. We need to ensure that all the deputies that are serving in the city of Ojai have body cams so that we have accountability. I have heard nothing of the sort in a majority of what was talked about in this contract negotiation. There's no way any modern city in America right now should be having a discussion about police reform without any of these things in this contract. And it's quite frankly extremely disappointing that all we're talking about is money. We need to see the release of all the documents. Now, obviously, you mentioned there was a letter that was given to you guys by the sheriffs, but we need to see all the documents between the ad hoc committee and the sheriff's department for complete transparency, because you guys went completely underground last summer after that first thing. And the second thing, when the community gives you input, it needs to be more than just a recommendation. It needs to be a directive. We need to see more urgency with how we're tackling this issue. We need to see a formation of unarmed crisis intervention teams to specifically deal with calls related to mentally ill subjects. And if people are concerned about fiscal responsibility and saving money, if we use non-sworn personnel to tackle some of these issues, rather than relying on people with a badge and a gun, that'll also save the city money. We also need to see if we could push the sheriff's department to reform some of their jailing practices, because there are people in the current jails right now, 99 cases of COVID-19. The first person to die of COVID in the state of California was an elderly inmate in San Diego County, and people continue to contract the disease and die behind bars. I need to see this city council talk about the rights and protections of their own citizens first before putting money and profits over people. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Angelo. All right, next, Gail.
Next, we have Bill Miley. One moment, and I will bring him in. Okay, Mr. Miley, you should be able to speak. Go ahead. There you go.
I am unmuted.
You are.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I've looked at all the pages of the administrative memo, with most of it being background historical information on the 1979 contract and audit. I've also looked at the agreement to provide law enforcement services between the County of Ventura and the City of Ojai for a 3 to 5 year period. I support the proposal. In responding to the gentleman before me, I don't remember any newspaper articles or any city council discussions in the last year or so describing police bad performance in the Ojai Valley. Last year, when there was a voice to reform police budgets, I wrote to council expressing my belief that our sheriff's department uses the county mental health services crisis team in situations that involve behavioral problems. Before we change the contract, we should look at all the behavioral episodes that law enforcement were involved in the past to see how they were done. Because I believe they're being done okay. Maybe they can be improved, but at the moment, okay. So I support the present proposal. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. All right, next, Gail.
Next, we have Nicolette Walker. Nicolette, you should be able to speak. Oh, wait, one moment. There we go. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak now.
Hello, my name is Nicolette Walker. Thank you for taking our comments. I guess I'm coming to the council a little bit frustrated, but I'm also appreciative that we're having this discussion. I feel like a lot of times when we give public input, it is just a one-time meeting, and then there are no steps that are taken after to implement the suggestions, to actually include the public in the process, to kind of be transparent. The updates that were given are very sparse, and for the past 2 months, I've been trying to get public comment and public awareness around this issue, and the ad hoc committee elected to go into closed session to further their discussions and their negotiations. So while I'm happy to see this item on the agenda, I want to remind everyone of what has happened before. I feel like this needs to change, and part of that change, the first step, is that we need the commission that is negotiating this contract to be made up of community members that are diverse in background and skills and ethnicities, and to actually shed light on the experiences that are had by different people here in Ojai. And while I respect the gentleman before me, I don't think that he represents everyone here in Ojai. And I don't think that he can speak to all of the experiences that have been had by people in Ojai with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. There was a fatal shooting just last year in Oakview. So we are talking about issues that affect our community. It's not just nationwide problems that don't affect us. We're not in a bubble. I think that the majority of calls that are given to VCSO are related to substance abuse, to conditions of poverty, such as theft and homelessness. And that is our issues where we need to invest money in our community and into care, into culturally competent mental health resources, and not continue to rely on officers that do not have the training and who also are causing more stress and trauma to the community that they're attempting to serve. These officers are not part of our community. They're not from here. Many of them don't even speak more than one language. I really feel like we really need to focus on this commission first and including the community.
Thank you, Nicolette. All right, one more, Gail.
Yes, and next we have Andra Belnap, and I'll bring her in. Andra, you should be able to speak. If you're unmuted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I assume you can hear me.
Yes.
I know most of you, I'm an Ojai resident. I want to thank Councilman Wyrick for his diligence and commitment on this. He's been a great public servant through the process, and I appreciate it. I read the draft contract. I think it's a great start. So I want to begin with some general comments about the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. The data I'm citing comes from Project Zero and the U.S. Census Bureau. So during the years 2013, 2019, VCSO made more than 30,000 arrests. 80% of those arrests were for low-level offenses. 30% of those low-level offenses relate to drug possession. Of those 30,000 arrests, 6% are related to violent crime. So we're paying a third of our city's budget to arrest and cite generally low-level offenders. Keeping those numbers in mind, I appreciate that the draft police contract includes a stipulation that the city will set preferred enforcement priorities and goals. I hope the public will be involved in the creation of those enforcement priorities. I personally think that we should consider deprioritizing the enforcement of loitering, vagrancy, and drug possession laws. As has been mentioned, positions like addiction and homelessness are not improved by VCSO. A few additional comments. I appreciate Councilman Wyrick's investigation into minimum service levels. I'd love to know exactly what minimum service entails and if it's appropriate for a city of our size. Also, I really like the idea of volunteer service. It reminds me of the great work being done by Upper Ojai Search and Rescue. Finally, as we discuss this contract, we really need to reflect upon the role of the police in our community. The truth is that police do not indicate safety to Black, brown, and low-income people. They present a threat. So I think that we need to reevaluate spending a third of our budget on an organization that is not keeping us all safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Andra. Right, is that it, Gail?
That's it.
Okay, let's open up for discussion, please.
Could we, unless the council objects, am I muted or am I, okay, I'm okay. Can we hear, when do we hear from Chris Dunn, Officer Dunn?
I'm ready whenever you like.
That'd be great, thank you. Thank you for coming.
It's my pleasure. Good evening, Mayor Sticks and honorable council members, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address the city council and the residents of the city of Ojai regarding the draft contract prepared by city staff between the city and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. As a past chief of police for the city of Ojai and the current assistant sheriff with executive oversight of the operations division, I am especially concerned about the safety of the citizens of Ojai and the greater Ojai Valley. Providing the highest level of service possible to the citizens of this city over the past 40 years has always been a priority for the Sheriff's Office. We take great pride in the level of service we provide to all of our contract cities and the unincorporated areas we serve. Our long-standing relationship with the city of Ojai leadership, staff, and residents has been a source of pride for our agency and staff. I and the sheriff understand the desire to enter into a more current contract, and we have been working towards that end. I think one of the things that's missing from this conversation is a little clarification on how we got to the point that it took this long to get this far. And that is several years ago, the contract cities, and I know this is before this council was in existence, but Susie, you might remember this time. The city managers got together and decided that one city would spearhead this project, that city being the city of Thousand Oaks, and they would expend their staff time and resources on developing a base contract. And when I say base contract, it's the basic terms of agreement, but does not set a level of service beyond that which is set to be the minimum. Anything above that comes off of what we like to generally refer to as a menu of services, which the city then prioritizes what they would receive. So if you were to look at some of the larger cities, as an example, they have officers on motorcycles, things of that nature, doing enforcement because they have a much larger public safety issue with traffic issues. So to that end, I believe it's important, and as one of the public speakers brought up, that the citizens need to have a better understanding of what is included and albeit a very dated contract, but a contract that has worked for the last 40 years, to be quite honest. Currently, the sheriff's office provides the city, and the city is charged for 50% of one captain. Now, having been the captain at that station, I know that the lion's share of my day was spent on business that revolved around the city. 50% of one detective, which is a senior deputy rank. That one detective, the lion's share of their business, is on city cases. There are 9 patrol allocations at a post factor of 4.411, while post recommends a post factor of 4.448. Ojai is billed for 8.8 positions. And I know we're kind of getting down into the weeds here, but to run 2 cars, 2 12-hour cars, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it takes 9 positions so that we can have coverage due to time off, sick call-ins, vacations, training, things of that nature. It takes 8 just to fill those allocations, assuming no one is ever off shift or takes time off or has a family emergency. It takes 8. The current contract that's being proposed only offers up 6. So we wouldn't even be able to cover the minimum for those 2 cars in the city. The current status of the contract is 50% of one cadet. That cadet takes care of a lot of, on day shift, especially the movement of administrative paperwork, evidence, general equipment maintenance that would otherwise take up a deputy's time. And with only 2 cars per shift, that's significant. 50% of one administrative aide, now that's a city position, and we reimburse the city through the contract and through the monthly billing for 50% of that position. That position has been vacant for a while, so that's been a cost savings over the last year. Whether or not that position exists in the future or not, that's up for discussion. The city is charged for 0.37% of one sheriff's service technician. Now, this position is in the front office right now with the administrative aide vacancy, but also is capable of taking reports, freeing up the deputies from taking routine reports. And that position currently, as I understand it, is City Cops grant funded. And to be very clear, the city is not charged or required to provide funding for allocations assigned to the unincorporated areas of the county that currently work out of the Ojai station. And those units may at times come in and assist with calls for service as needed. And the city cars may go out to the county areas in emergency situations as needed. It's been a great partnership that way. To this date, as far as I know, the city has always been on the winning end of that, receiving more services than having to give up. But it's been a great partnership, especially in emergency situations, so that your citizens don't have to wait for response. Uh-oh. That wasn't our canine.
Mayor, Chris, are you finished, Chris?
No, I'm not.
What? Can I interject something into here?
Well, how about we let,
Mayor, if I just may, Chris, your posture seems to be defensive, and I believe personally that's not what the goal here is tonight. You're jumping into the nuts and bolts, which I'm sure is informative, but listening to the comments that came in from the public and a majority of the comments that we've received through emails, can you talk about cameras and oversight and crisis intervention and health services and what you believe the police department or the sheriff's department can do in those areas? Mayor, if you don't mind me asking that question.
Chris, can you respond to that?
I can. I do have more to say about the contract that's being proposed, but if you'd like me to spend the time on that right now, I can. I'm more than happy to. And I don't mean to sound offensive. It could just be I want to make sure everybody hears me, so maybe I'm speaking too loudly into this microphone.
Do you want to finish your presentation and then you can answer Randy's question?
Sure, Councilman Haney, I'll definitely circle back to that. I'm happy to touch on that.
Thank you, Chris.
But I think it's important, as one of the public speakers brought up, that they were not aware of what is currently considered to be the minimum. And as the sheriff's office, we do believe that that is the minimum to provide basic needs for your citizens. Included in some of the rates are the shared supervision with the county. So it's a cost savings that, unlike if you had your own police department, you would have to have your own supervisors, which we consider a sergeant rank. That is shared in the allocation costs with the county at a cost savings to the city. The county provides civil liability protection, administrative due process. Professional support is built into each allocation that includes and is not limited to dispatch services, crime analysis, clerical staff, computer support, supplies and services, which I won't delve too far into, but definitely getting down into the weeds there. And as I said earlier, Ventura County Sheriff's Office, County Council, and the City of Thousand Oaks have been working on a standardized contract for the basics for the last couple of years now. During this last year, I can understand the frustration. We were anxious as well, but that became a lesser priority for that city and their staff, and also with their staff being out like everybody else with the COVID restrictions and things like that. It went to a back burner, but we're very close to coming up with what we believe is a base contract that is collectively in everyone's interest. So there are several things with the contract that we take issue with that is being proposed by city staff. And there's far too many to deal with right now. And I think it's better done between city staff and us in offline conversations. But just to identify a couple of them, we're adamant that the sheriff has the ultimate responsibility to determine the minimum level of allocations to provide a sufficient level of law enforcement and emergency services to any community we serve. And we believe that the city of Ojai receives a minimum level of service unless a formula will require the county to subsidize services. The 25% model provided in the document is insufficient and only guarantees the county subsidizing. Limitation on any rate increases for the next 3 fiscal years is unacceptable, and we can't sign off on that because we don't know what any future contract negotiations might entail. We also don't know what any pension liabilities might entail in the future. But as a example, this year the city saw a rate decrease of over 3%. So we always pass that on. We're always transparent about that with the city, and we always try to find ways to save the cities and ourselves funding. Limitation of any rate increase in subsequent years to those first 3 years to at 3% is unacceptable for the same reason stated above. We can't predict what contract negotiations the county is going to have with the varying unions that represent these employees, and therefore we have to find ways to recover our costs. I think it's important that the public know that this is not a for-profit venture for us. All we're trying to do is recoup our costs for providing those services. And to be quite honest, we provide far more services than we charge for. Again, a reduction of the post factor to 6.25 from 8.822 is unacceptable, as stated previously. So I had more to say, but I think you get the general gist here, and I think we can meet offline and discuss these things. But I will circle back to Councilman Haney's request to discuss some of the community concerns. And I think we all remember the 8 can't wait documents that circulated after the summertime. Most of those items were already implemented by our agency and had been for several years. Things like body-worn cameras. All your deputies have body-worn cameras. So maybe we need to do a little more public outreach for this kind of detail. And we can, and we're happy to do that and assist with that. Because I think it's important that the public knows that we do take these things very seriously. All of our deputies go through crisis intervention training, and we have a partnership with County Behavioral Health, and they help us monitor that and develop the training. We also, yes, we do utilize the Department of Mental Health or County Behavioral Health's crisis intervention team as well to help assist us. We have in a couple of our contract cities, deputies that are assigned to work with them, and they do outreach in the field on a daily basis with the homeless population and our population with mental illness, and helping them get these wraparound services that are necessary. So it is a more holistic approach. We are not the same agency, and I think law enforcement in general, and especially in California, is not the same as what it was, 10, 20 years ago. We've made a lot of strides to improve in those areas. And I hope that's clear. And if there needs to be any more detail regarding that, we'd be happy to discuss that with the public and in a public forum. And Councilmember Haney, did I hit all the areas you wanted me to hit?
Yeah, right. Well, the last one is oversight. Is there an oversight board that functions out of at the county level, or does each city have the ability to create their own? Because that's what I'm hearing from our citizenry, is they like some form of oversight. And I'm just wondering if there isn't already a level of that at the county, and if so, how does it work, and how does the citizen from Ojai interact with that?
So in the county, we have the grand jury, and that's our primary oversight group. And the grand jury just met with the sheriff regarding their most recent investigation into our agency, and they do it on a regular basis. So they'll put out a report here shortly regarding their findings. So with regard to the county and the county sheriff's office services and our processes, yes, we do have the grand jury that has long-standing been an auditor of our practices. As far as what cities would like to do, I think, and this might be something that city council could weigh in on. The more involvement you have in those and setting those parameters, the more liability you take on as well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. And as the actual employer for our staff, we're the ones that are on the line for any of these practices that we implement. And I think that that's a decent way of shielding our contract cities from any increased liability. Is that to say that there couldn't be more oversight? That's something that's up for discussion for sure.
Bill, and then Souza.
Yeah, I'm going to treat this, Mr. Dunn, as just as a question, because I think when we get into deliberation, I'll have more to say. But just from the standpoint of a client relationship, would you commit to marking up our contract as the next step? Not our contract, but our draft in terms of a specific markup as a way of moving forward in an organized way?
Councilman Warwick, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the time and effort that went into that contract, but there are a lot of issues with that contract that I think might be more quickly resolved once the contract we're very close to finishing with county council is released. I can't commit to a date, but I am telling you that we are extremely close to.
Okay, I was just wondering whether you would mark up our instrument, because just to amplify a little bit, I thought you were a little disingenuous in blaming the delay on COVID. The controller auditor requested updates of contracts in 2012. The sheriff department at that time said it would be done in 3 years. We started inquiring in 2014 and were told that it was going to wait. Please wait for the standard contract with Thousand Oaks. That started in 2014. So it's been a number of years.
Yeah, and I understand that, and we're anxious for it too as well. I didn't mean to be disingenuous. I said that COVID was one of the factors over this last year, but I did say that the contract had lost some momentum with other city partners who did not see or make a priority out of developing a new contract. As well as us not following through to ensure that it was done. We're not saying that we're blameless in this.
So, okay, I was just hoping you would mark up our instrument, but I understand looks like you're declining to do that.
I'm not declining. I think we're days away from another one that may actually rectify some of the issues and require less work than marking up that contract.
Thank you.
Susan?
If I could say one more thing, Councilman Wyrick, if that is not the case for some reason, I will be happy to meet with you and mark up this contract.
Thank you.
You're muted, Susan.
My dogs are barking, I'm sorry. Okay, I have two separate questions. One is the years that you were the chief in Ojai and the dates, just so I have some general idea, because I can't remember. And then secondly, do you know, or does anyone on this at the meeting, currently at the meeting, know how many of the officers, if any of the officers that serve in the Ojai Valley actually live in the Ojai Valley? And a related question to that is, how do you, I would like to know, maybe I missed it in the report, but how many officers are there in total in Ventura County? And then how does it work, like, so that, I guess what I'm getting at is there a way so that the officers become familiar with the community that they serve, or do they rotate? I think our residents are interested in knowing that, because the more that an officer goes into the same city or jurisdiction, it seems like then they become more familiar with how the people that live here, the problems, that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
So first question was, when was I the chief there?
Yeah.
It was September 2008 to 2012, a little over 4 years.
2012. Huh. 2008, 2012. Okay.
The number of officers who live in Ojai?
If any, do any live in Ojai?
Well, we'd have to look through our personnel records to do that. We don't normally operate that way. But we do have several that live in the greater Ojai Valley. Whether they're specifically within the city limits, I'm not sure.
No, I just meant in the Ojai Valley. If we have any officers that live in the Ojai Valley, and if they live in the Ojai Valley, it just feels like they should be the ones that would patrol the Ojai Valley.
Yeah, in a perfect world, it would work out that way. However, with an agency like ours, that it would be detrimental to the employee and their career progression for them to be mandated to work at only one station and thereby a very small station, which means promotional opportunities would be virtually non-existent for them. So we have to have this balance. And so, we generally have a very large number of deputies who want to work in the Ojai Valley and Ojai City specifically. So it's never been an issue for us getting people who care about Ojai, who want to live, that want to work up there and are connected with Ojai. That generally is not, we have not seen that problem. The bigger issue comes into, if they want, when you're a law enforcement officer, to give you an idea of the career progression, you start off in the jail for us, and then you work your way up and you go out to patrol. You spend a few years on patrol, and then eventually you want to garner experience in investigations, do something different. or go into, things like specialized units, the aviation unit, things of that nature, become part of search and rescue. And to tell a deputy that if you go to Ojai, you're going to spend the rest of your career in Ojai, in a patrol car, would probably not be well received. No offense to the city, they love working there, but they also want to garner other experiences.
But is an effort made? Okay, so sometimes I've heard that Ojai is used as a training ground. I don't know if there's any truth to that because there's less violent crime here or whatever. But is an effort made so that the deputies are? I mean, I'm trying to understand, the career ladder and all that. But are they here long enough to really know the community as they, or I think that's what people want to know.
Yeah, so it's going to vary. To be quite honest, it's going to vary by their desires. So some will stay there a long time, others will stay there for shorter periods. I can't dictate or predict how long that's going to be. But it's not a training ground. Every contract city that we operate in receives trainees. Almost all of them receive them at the same time. It's kind of an ebb and flow thing, right? With the attrition rates, and we have, we hire a group, and then they seem to all retire at the same time. So we end up doing a lot of transfers in mass, if that makes sense, based on hiring and attrition. And the Ojai is not a training ground any more than any other station we have is a training ground. We are constantly training deputies to fill positions everywhere.
May I ask one more question that I think the public is interested in, Mayor?
Sure.
So it's my understanding when you were going through that there's always 2 deputies circulating around the valley 24 hours a day. Is that what you said?
No, there's 2 deputies that are assigned to the city beats, 1 Adam and 1 boy. And then there are 3 deputies assigned to the county areas. And those call signs are Adam 1, Adam 2, and Adam 3. So on any given shift, there are 5 deputies working out of, patrol deputies working out of that station. 3 are assigned to the county and 2 are assigned to the city.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not clear. When you say the city, you mean any city?
In the city of Ojai.
Oh, the city of Ojai. So I guess, in my mind, when we had our own police station, I guess that was I was thinking that it would be always good to have a deputy that the deputies of Ventura County were arranged in such a way that that every city had a deputy that actually lived there. It just seems like, but maybe that's too, maybe that's not possible. Okay, I think I'm going to sort out what you just told me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Randy, you have a question?
Yeah, unless Ryan hasn't spoken, you haven't spoke. Do you guys have questions?
I have a question. So can you reiterate, Chris, on the time frame that you mentioned to Bill? You said that you could have something to look at.
I think we're a couple weeks away, if not days away. I'll reach out to county council tomorrow and see where we're at exactly. I'd like to get this expedited for the benefit of everybody.
And then in terms of, you mentioned that in Thousand Oaks, you customize your service with motorcycles because those are needed in Thousand Oaks. So right. You do customize service.
We do, but it's beyond the minimum. So it's anything beyond what is considered minimum patrol. So these would be your specialized traffic units, directed enforcement units, special crimes units, things like that.
Well, wouldn't that be this? I mean, Ojai has specific special requests because we're unique. Wouldn't that be the same thing, though?
It would be beyond the minimum level of service, which we believe is the two deputies, the half captain, half detective.
Well, we don't want motorcycles. Maybe we want something else, though.
No, you don't, and you don't have motorcycles. So in essence, it has been, well, I shouldn't say it's been modified. You have the basic, you're not getting anything beyond the basic. Some areas have school resource officers, for example. Ojai used to have a school resource officer. At one point, Ojai had a traffic car. Those are the things that you would draw from, and that would be in addition to the minimum staffing.
Randy and then Bill.
So, God, there's so much to be said here. You know, I think in law enforcement, I think there's sometimes that we forget that there's two sides to this coin. And when you look at the levels of service and the number of deputies assigned to a specific area, I think sometimes we forget the fact that probably 20, 25 years ago, they used to have 2-man patrols, and they eliminated them and they went to a single man. And I imagine they did that for budgetary resources and maybe other reasons, but I'm not sure. But I do know that a single officer arriving at a scene at 2 o'clock in the morning and not knowing exactly what's going to occur should have some form of backup. So when it gets to our levels of service, the minimum sounds fairly minimal. Doesn't sound like it's more than we need, doesn't sound like it's less than we need. Again, there's two aspects of this, and that is serving the public and also maintaining a level of safety for your officers. So I think that's important to remember. The questions, again, getting back to the oversight, and you're stating that the grand jury would have that, has that responsibility. So if the citizens of Ojai or the city of Ojai requested some form of an oversight board be created, would you consider that having to be done at the county level versus at the city contract level? That's one question. Two, do you consider it an increase of level of service if you were to provide some form of healthcare? I'm lacking the term right now, but let's say someone who is there to assist you in evaluating an individual that's intoxicated or homeless, or all of the other problems. I don't like getting. See, this is, I don't want to say the wrong word.
I think where you're going with this. So I can use an example. In Camarillo, we have Project Hope. And in Project Hope, that's when I was saying that deputy goes out and deals with our homeless population there, and also our works in conjunction with a behavioral health specialist, not a sworn officer, an actual behavioral health practitioner. And they go out and make contact and try to form wraparound services to hopefully better this individual situation. Doesn't always work. Now, that deputy that is assigned to that is being paid for by the contract city. That behavioral health specialist is being paid for, my understanding is, through a grant through behavioral health.
So both of those would be above the level of minimal service. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. And then I just wanted to throw in one thing. We have in the past asked for additional services. For instance, we have asked for motorcycle police officers to manage our holidays or our big moments of huge tourism and traffic related issues, and you guys have done that. Now, I don't know if that's if overtime or that's additional monies that we're paying for, but I haven't heard anything of that. So I'm saying that the county has provided additional services at their expense if we have requested them through our.
No, it has not been at our expense. So if you have a festival and you want motor enforcement, or I think we just recently, a few months ago, did a distracted driver operation up there,
right,
and we had motors come up. The city paid, I don't know, was Mr. Vega can probably answer this better, but I don't remember if it was through COPS funding.
It's COPS.
Or another grant, but the city paid their share for the deputy, the personnel. The motorcycles, which are owned by the other contract cities, be it Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, or Camarillo, those were given with their permission to allowed to be used in the city of Ojai for those events. So it was sort of a city to city mutual, hey, we'll help you out on this one.
You see, I thought my perception of that was a request made by council to the sheriff, to our chief, and chief made that request to the county, and the service was provided. I had
generally that's true.
Using COPS grant money, Randy.
Yeah, so generally that's true. It was made through your chief, through the county, but it was mutual. I don't want to say mutual response, but it's kind of similar to mutual response where one government entity helps out another.
Okay. Then my last question is back to this behavioral health practitioner. If this scenario is a deputy makes an observation that an individual needs this type of health, then that deputy is going to call in for a behavioral health practitioner. That individual now is going to come out at a cost. The deputy is there still at a cost. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So again,
well, but see, if your minimum staffing deputies call for assistance, they're all CIT trained, crisis intervention trained. If they call for mental health to come up for a specific instance, then that's all included. That's part of the patrol function. What I'm talking about, because I thought you were asking about an additional resource to specifically focus on that beyond routine patrol.
Okay, so I want to clarify what I just heard because it's interesting. So you're saying that if an officer made the request that they could have a behavioral health practitioner or something of that nature come and intervene in a crisis that a police officer is observing,
yes.
Correct?
Yes, that is correct, but it's based on availability and they're not always available.
Okay.
Not our deputies are always available, the mental health services.
Thank you.
And it's called a crisis intervention team.
Ryan, did you have a question? Bill?
Officer Dunn, I wanted to just be clear, make sure we're all on the same page here. On the minimum service level, we know for a fact that the next largest city by population, Fillmore, has the same minimum service assessed as we do. And we've heard a couple of times in discussions, and want to make sure we still have that understanding that an increase in population for the city of Ojai would not necessarily trigger any change in the minimum service requirement from your point of view.
That's true. So it would definitely drive your per capita cost down, obviously, if your population goes up. What it would not change dramatically, unless you boomed and became a city of 100,000 overnight, I suppose. But I don't think that's Ojai's model. I don't think Ojai wants that. So given the small rate of growth that I would assume is projected, I wouldn't see any increase in your minimum staffing in the near future.
Given that Fillmore at about twice our population has the same minimum service, we could be looking at a pretty large percentage increase in population with no change in minimum service, is my understanding.
That's very true, except for, Ojai, Fillmore does have other staffing. They have 2 patrol cars, but they also have SROs. They have 2, which takes a significant amount of work off of at least the day shift deputies, the patrol.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Ryan? Randy?
I was just going to say, I don't have any questions because I've been in lots of meetings that got all my questions answered. So I just want to thank Sheriff Dunn. I can say that every answer we received tonight has been consistent with all the questions we've asked in multiple meetings with the Sheriff's Department, with various levels of sheriff, with the Sheriff Services at the county, with our chief, as well as with Sheriff Dunn and 2 other sheriffs before. So these are, I think you guys are all asking the questions that we were asking in a series of meetings. So not disengaged, but interested to just listen. And I can say that everything is 100% consistent with what we've heard from the very beginning. That doesn't make me happy. I think that, we're going to the used car lot and the only car they're pointing to is a Bentley. And we're going, we can't afford the Bentley. We got to buy something cheaper. We don't need the Bentley in Ojai, but that's the minimum level of service that we got. And it's been incredibly frustrating that there's no flexibility at all, but this is how it's gone the entire time. And the public who's wondered what was going on behind closed doors. So you can hear a lot of these really specific, difficult, technical, in the weeds issues are difficult to get done in a public setting all the time, which is why we met over and over again and have sent letters back and forth and have drafted our own version of the contract. So I appreciate the information being consistent. I may not agree with the ultimate determination by the Sheriff's Department about what minimum level of service is needed. I do wish that we could separate specifically that second officer in Ojai. If we have 5 at any time in the valley, it would seem that there would still be some sufficient backup for 2 officers to be able to respond to anything in the valley at that time. And that's the fundamental difference, I think, at least in my personal opinion, between what the minimum level of service that we're paying for is and where there should be some flexibility. But like I said, I really do. There's not been any punches pulled. The Sheriff's Department's very consistent. And if we're going to be in a long-term negotiation like this, I appreciate that there hasn't been any inconsistency. There just may be some constructive disagreement.
Randy?
So the only thing that I didn't see in our proposal was a clear understanding of our monthly statements in the future, what they're going to consist of. And I'm sure that our committee will iron those out. But we reviewed one of your invoices and there wasn't a lot of information on it. And I know that I'd be looking for a better breakdown of the billable hours, especially when it comes to detective hours and any amount of overtime that's spent. So I'm looking forward to that in the continued negotiations. And Sheriff Dunn, I appreciate you being here tonight. And I'm sure the public is still going to have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. And I think that we should all be available to answer them anytime, anywhere, to the best of our ability, and to help them achieve some of the changes or reforms or desired forms of policing that they would like to see in our community. And I'm sure that the Sheriff's Department would like to do that also. So I'm not looking at this from an adversarial perspective. I'm looking at it as how can we achieve the changes that communities of our size and communities in general in Ventura County, how can we achieve the success that we would all like to, and do it in a manner that all parties are fairly comfortable with? I'm not going to use the word happy, but I am going to use the word comfortable.
And I'd like to also reiterate gratitude. Thank you, Sheriff Dunn, for coming. Really appreciate you being so open to talk to all of us. And in the contract that you're going to work on the next few days, which would be fabulous to get that soon, will you be addressing any of the issues that the citizens brought up tonight about jail reform and civilian, civilian commission, for example? Is that going to be included?
No, that's not likely. Jail reform would have nothing to do with this contract city.
Well, the crisis teams for the mentally ill, for example, somebody mentioned tonight, commission made out of different backgrounds, mental health resources was mentioned several times tonight. So is that
beyond, we can list what we provide as to crisis intervention training and our outreach with community or behavioral health. But I don't know that that's a contractual item, as more maybe an informational item. That could be something separate that we could deliver to the public there.
That would be great.
How we go about that. And Chief Rivera very, very up to date on those. So he'd be easily be able to provide some public outreach with regard to that.
You know, Mayor, I'd also think if they're going to explain their level of service in their document, what that means, that they could add those subsections and actually clarify what some of the perceptions that we had that aren't available, that are available, and what is the cost associated to them. Or, for instance, when an officer can call someone in, I'm not sure that all of us even knew that was available. So I think there's some clarification that needs to go along with this contract, so that we all have a better understanding of what it entails. So there's more that can be shared with us.
Point of order, are we deliberating now? Are we past questions?
Well, we're still asking any more
Okay.
questions for Sheriff Dunn? And I'd like to reiterate, that would be great. I agree, Randy, that would be really wonderful and much appreciated. And the questions that were asked tonight are the same questions that have been asked for a year. And if you read all the public comments tonight, same questions. So that if you could do that, Sheriff Dunn, that would be fabulous.
Sure, I will contact Chief Rivera, and we'll set something up for the future through Mr. Vega to provide a presentation regarding those processes and programs.
Okay, great. And if we could have some public comment during that, would be also wonderful to get some feedback. All right, are we ready to move on to discussion? Thank you so much, Sheriff.
I just want to, I'd like to say something, I think, before Sheriff Dunn leaves. I would like, Sheriff Dunn, here's the predicament. You know, you mentioned that the gist of, I think, what you said is that the approach to policing is now more holistic. It's not the same as it was 10 years ago. And the dilemma is that we spend 35% of our budget on policing, which leaves there less money, of course, to address the fact that homeless people, I've seen them get taken to jail over and over again. You know, we see this in our little city. And if we could just take some of that money that goes to the police to services, but it doesn't seem like we can do that. We somehow have to get money, enough money, and change the problems of society so that there's an obvious less need for these police services. I'm even thinking, you know, instead of spending money on police, you know, looking out for people speeding, why aren't we spending more money on traffic calming so that, you know, some of these services become less essential? You know, I want the public to know that they're heard, and I think that you maybe you could also read the public comment. I think the public would appreciate that. So yeah, it's a catch-22 situation. 35% of our budget goes to policing. You know, then where does that leave us for the other services that we need? But that's all. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming, Sheriff Dunn. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Is this for Sheriff Bill?
No,
Or-
no, it's for discussion.
Okay, moving on to discussion then.
Yeah. Mayor Sticks?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was wondering if I could have the floor for just a few minutes. I have something that I prepared to show, which I think is just a perspective to give to the public, because I think the importance of this is the transparency and accountability of a public hearing. This is the kind of thing that needs to happen and should happen. I think it should happen every year. But I was wondering if I could have a few minutes to put something on the screen and walk through it real quickly.
Sure, great. Thank you, Bill.
Okay. Sorry about the formatting problem. I just wanted to go through this really quickly with the public because I think it's important, just as a standard of, again, transparency and accountability. The original contract in 1980 cites a couple sections of California Government Code on interagency contracting. And in that government code, it states some specific things. There should be an annual audit capability. In other words, auditing how time is spent and being able to know, what goes on in terms of billing. Agreements are supposed to be maybe continued only for a definite term. The term of contract in the California Government Code section that I was referred to in the 1980 contract is not to exceed 5 years, unless continued for additional 5-year periods with approval of the legislative body, meaning the council, meaning at a public hearing. And I think part of, to me, my motivation for making it more of a public and through council process is I think that improves my belief is ultimately that improves and enhances and deepens a quality relationship between the city and the sheriff's department to follow these government contracting, the state statutes on this. And this is why I'm upset, frankly, that beginning in 2012, the sheriff's department was gently told, let's get into compliance here with this government contracting code stipulations, and it hadn't happened yet. And I think it's very responsible and appropriate for the city to take the step of saying, we're trying to get it. We're going to take the initiative to try to get into compliance here. We're going to try to get into enhanced transparency and accountability and have public hearings. I think this will be the first of several public hearings. It's worth noting that the cost for one 24/7 patrol unit when this contract was started was approximately $350,000. That was all that was required in that initial contract when our population was 10% less than what it is now in 1980. So our population was 10% less than what it is now. That charge was in the $350,000 range. What was required was one patrol unit was viewed as the minimum service at that time. Adjusted for inflation, that's $1.346 million today. Our 2020 build cost was $3.318 million. So from the time this contract was initially adopted, we've grown about 10% in population, and we're paying about 2.5 times the rate in terms of the rate of inflation in real dollar terms. The lease on the city property last renewed in 1995. I believe it's also supposed to, since it was adopted by council approval, it should be renewed and extended by council. That's just good government practice here. That's not saying anything about the sheriff's department and their performance or the quality of their services. It's just proper good government practice. What caught my eye in 2014 was that in the difference in number 4, we were billed $440 per capita compared to the $243 average per capita among the other 4 contract cities, and $215 for the unincorporated area. In the 1920 fiscal year, Ojai is 82% higher than the average of the other contract cities. So what I'm trying to, and I've already talked about 5, where it's clear that an increase in population would not increase our minimum service charge. At least it seems like there was a agreement all around on that. And one of the aspects of that is the natural service area is defined as a sphere of influence, and the city of Ojai has a unique relationship to that, being only 54% of that natural service area. And we know, for example, from what we heard tonight is that there's 5 24/7 patrol officers in this operating out of this station in the service area. That's 40% charged to the city, 60% charged to the unincorporated area, but the population differences are 25% and 75%, respectfully. So again, it's worth asking the question, and I think worth asking, I think that's why there's been requests to understand exactly how time is spent and why we could not have a mutual aid agreement, as other counties do with small cities, mutual aid agreements that allow fractional definitions of minimum service as opposed to integer only. So Ventura County is fairly unique in having that integer minimum service. In other words, it's got to be two, and understand the reasons for that, but there's no mutual aid agreement in terms of fractional as you see in other counties. So I just wanted to just go through that because all the issues we've raised are important. But I wanted to put it in perspective because I think we're at an important step tonight in terms of bringing all of this discussion into the public. And frankly, I think every city council and a contract city in Ventura County should do what we're doing because transparency and accountability enhances relationships, I believe, between agencies. And I think that's what we're doing tonight. So I just wanted to go through that and I appreciate your indulging me with that time.
Thank you, Bill. Great information.
Yeah. Very good.
Randy?
Yeah, it's great information. It's just how do you utilize it to your benefit? That's the 800-pound gorilla in this discussion. Unless we come up with another way of creating the policing or police department that we want for our community and are willing to pay for it, we're at the mercy of the county. Let's all just say that publicly, because I'm sure if the public hasn't rationalized that, they will after tonight. The county is coming from of a position of this is how we calculate, this is how we come to our conclusions, and therefore there's not a lot of wiggle room here. I understand that. I understand their process. I'm not at war with it, but if we're going to change it, there's only two ways that I see to do it. One is to put a significant amount of heat on the county supervisors for them to recognize that how the sheriff's department allocates resources and charges for it is wrong. That's one thing. So the public needs to hear that. The public needs to understand it's not just through us, that the public has to go to the Board of Supervisors and has to put enough pressure on them to make them understand that maybe what they're approving through the sheriff's department is not beneficial to all the contract cities, much less to Ojai. The second thing is, we've talked about this, is taking the time to research what it's going to take to create a police department. There was a reason probably in 1979 that we got out of policing. There might be some risk management. There might be some retirement. There might be just the cost of paying a police officer, buying police cars, and funding a department that maybe a community of our size at that time didn't want to do anymore. But that's an option that is still out there. We need to, as a council, say, is that something that we want to look at? And if so, let's direct our city manager to do so. But at this point in time, all of the changes that the community would like to see, most of them are going to occur at the county level. And it's not that our hands are tied, but we could be the mouse that roared, but we're still a small part of that 5-county picture and of the contract cities. And if I remember correctly, when our city manager has talked to the other counties regarding their contracts, those other 4 aren't necessarily crying and whining. It's either they don't want to disrupt practices, or they don't want to make waves, or they're pretty happy. So we have to make that decision too. What are we happy with? And that's gonna come back to us 5 right here.
Yeah.
What do we want to do, and how do we want to do it?
Yeah.
Susan?
Well, it's always in the back of my mind that we should take a look. Now, how many years have gone by since we switched from a local police to county? 30 years? How many years?
More than 40.
40 years? More than
43, 44.
43, 44. Yeah, it just seems like after all that time, it would be worth looking at it again, in my opinion. I don't know what all is involved, but that's always in the back of my mind. Yeah.
Mayor, just one last thought on that too. I also have to think about this too, is we're not receiving a tremendous amount of complaints or input from the citizens that are happy. You know, we're not receiving, as many complaints about poor policing in the city of Ojai. So that's something that we need to recognize too, that I believe that most of the people that live in this community like the policing that they're receiving. And we'd have to think twice about how, if we do choose to go a different route, what we're going to provide and make sure that we're not going to decrease the sense of safety and the sense of value that we receive from our policing to date. So I think that's an important aspect of whatever we do.
Yeah, I
Bill?
didn't read, okay.
Souza, Bill, and then Souza. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to raise one other issue here that is fundamental, because and Randy, I agree with you. I mean, but at the same time, I think what we have heard again and again is that the county wants only one basic similar contract, either the sheriff's department and or the county, between the contract cities and the sheriff's department. It's sort of axiomatic that if you have diverse cities, diverse agreements are going to better serve the public interest than standard agreements. And I think that's one of the assumptions that I've always felt we need to actually, simply, do more than just accept. I understand the idea of the standard contract has some sort of attractiveness from the county perspective, but it certainly doesn't, by any logic, maximize the public interest in terms of if you have diverse cities operating only one standardized contract. That's simply illogical. And we see this in the county in other venues where the county wants there to be just one way of doing things. But on the other hand, I think it's important to recognize and for the public to understand that in terms of serving or the public interest the most with scarce resources, with public resources, it's not the way to maximize that calculus to do everything the same way across those diverse characteristics.
Well, I would agree. I agree with you 100%, Bill. Like you said, and I agree with the numbers that you presented tonight. They're to any person looking at them, they'd be devastated by the fact that we seem to be paying 2.5 more than what we should be paying. Again, if we don't have an alternative methodology to serve our community, then we're stuck at accepting what is being force fed us. So we have to make that choice. And in the interim, how do we police our community? So there's more to this than saying either or. There's a lot that has to go into this. And when we're all done speaking, I would like to make a request to our city manager when we're all done.
Souza, did you have a comment?
Just want to say that I strongly support the comments made by Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick and Councilmember Haney, and that our wish to re-examine the possibility of our own police station again has nothing to do with that the deputies themselves that we're not happy with the deputies themselves. I've had nothing but good relationships with the deputies that I've encountered. Very, very happy with our current police chief and our past police chiefs, just to make that clear. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. And thank you for the insights, Bill and Randy. And so where do we go from here?
Well, if we're interested as a council, I think we should direct the city manager to actually look into developing some type of a white paper to bring back some, start with some very basic costs that we can share with the community, and start walking that walk if that's what we choose to. But I think it's something that we need to start sooner than later. Even if we negotiate a contract for another year, we don't have to stipulate that we have a contract for 5 years. I think we can negotiate anything at this point in time. And I don't think we have to tie our hands to a 5-year contract if we feel that we'd like to look at alternative methods. So I think that should be part of the negotiations.
Bill? Oh, I'm sorry. Bill, and then Susan.
I'd be fine. I mean, it's always good to explore alternatives, but I think, again, on a practical basis, we have to parallel track empowering the city manager and the city attorney to continue trying to get some back and forth going finally on contract update. I mean, I think that's just vitally important for us to get into compliance with the California contracting code.
Right.
Well, I'd even agree that the committee continue to work together, that you and Ryan and the city manager and Matt are doing a heck of a job. Let's continue this. Let's hopefully see what they'll respond with, whether to ours or to their own. And obviously, if they share something with us, we'll have another public hearing on it.
Yeah.
And certainly another public hearing if we have an actual proposed instrument.
Right.
Right.
So is that a fact that we can have a 1-year contract rather than a 5-year contract? Is that a fact?
Well, everything's negotiable.
Absolutely. If the county would agree to it, it's a contract, so we'll take both sides.
Right.
But it's my understanding it's not supposed to be for more than 5 years, right, Mr. Summer?
It's not illegal to have a contract longer than 5 years, but it is good practice to have them be at 5 years.
Right, and it's called out in the California contracting code, that time period.
Yes, that's the typical time period, and it allows for regular check-ins to make sure that the council is receiving the level of services that are necessary for the community.
Well, and again, not to be short-sighted, it may take 5 years to develop a plan and actually implement something. So all I'm trying to say is, it's my wife's famous line to me: if you don't ask, you don't get. So let's start asking.
Okay. And we're looking forward to seeing Sheriff Dunn's revised contract.
Yes, and I so appreciate Sheriff Dunn being here tonight.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Much
Wonderful.
gratitude.
Okay.
Right. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Well, let's move on to.
Take a short break.
Yeah, let's do that. 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mute.
Are we all back?
Yep, well, I don't see Ryan.
Okay.
There he is.
Okay, we're all back. Okay. All right, let's move on to number 3, ATP. James, would you like to give us the staff report?
Yes, thank you. Well, I'll start. I'll give an introduction for our Public Works Director, Mr. Grant. Just as kind of some background is we launched the project, the Maricopa Highway Demonstration Project, which is a portion of the Active Transportation Project improvements. And we launched that in early December. So we are now 5 months into what was originally planned as a 6-month demonstration project. We've talked about the fact that it will, we're planning to extend that, components of the demonstration as long as needed to be able to reflect the impacts from the high school when they're back in fuller session. So it will likely be longer than 6 months at this point. But we are 5 months in. We've received a lot of data, a lot of feedback. We had our survey. We've had a number of responses too. We've received hundreds of public comment at this point. So we are bringing the item back to provide a presentation on the Maricopa Highway demonstration project with some recommendations and modifications that we are recommending to make to that project, as well as to go over kind of the overall active transportation program project, which also includes Ojai Avenue, and lastly to address some of the contractual and funding issues related to right-of-way services. So Mr. Grant will also include information on that in his presentation. So with that, as mentioned, Mr. Grant will go over each of those items in detail now that we are 5 months into the demonstration project. Greg, I will hand it to you.
Okay, good evening, council. And I guess to break open this, we have 4 sections we'd like to review tonight. There was the discussion about the entire project make sure everybody's aware of and thinking about Ojai Avenue. It's been reviewed several times over the 6-year life of this project, but to review it a bit more tonight to make sure we're thinking about other items. And to review the present state of the ATP demonstration project on Maricopa Highway. Additionally, council had asked about pedestrian lighting options to try to improve lighting on the pedestrian crosswalks. So as a reminder, the grant scope is what was submitted for the original grant and weighed heavily on a competitive process where there was a cost benefit analysis on the how much money we plan to spend versus the benefit to meet the ATP goals. And the ATP goals stands for Active Transportation Program. It's primarily promoting more active transportation with biking and bicycling. Our scope in particular was to add bike lanes from El Roblar across Maricopa Highway to the Y, and from the Y all the way through downtown out to Gridley. Also to improve the safety of existing crosswalks on Maricopa and Ojai Avenue, as well as adding additional crosswalks. We are also looking at sidewalk infill, primarily on Ojai Avenue, from Country Club Drive down to Kenyatta area, down to Topa Topa, and also further east of town on the north side, which I'll show you in a minute with slides. The grant funding, as a reminder, we had originally a $2.8 million grant. We'd exceeded that grant funding, and staff recently secured an additional $1.6 million grant to help our construction and other needs, as well as another $250,000 was more recently announced for the pedestrian crosswalk improvements at Kenyatta. So now our funding is up to $3.45 million for construction, which is right where the estimate for construction costs are at this time. To remind folks, I guess we were looking at reviewing the Ojai Avenue first and then go to the demonstration project second. So the Ojai Avenue, I'll have to connect my Zoom here, make sure. So hopefully everybody can see that slide, right? This is the slides, the renderings that occurred, that we developed for Ojai Avenue. So this is out near Attila Junior High School on the right. And so this is looking to the west. And on the left is where the Boku and the Topo Winery is. So you can see it's fairly basic in this area. It's a bike lane on the shoulder of the road. It's not the more extensive improvements proposed out at Maricopa. And then we've got, let's see. Sorry, I have a little bit of trouble with my slide movement here. Okay. Okay. So that was a slide before. This is after. This was a rendering, just another way to look at it was this artistic rendering, which was still the median exists. There's a drive lane in each direction with a bike lane on each side. So this is the existing situation closer to the Topa, the Rancho Inn. All right, so a little further down. So you can see here we'll have the same thing, a bike lane on each side. And some of these higher conflict areas will use the green conflict paving. So here's an existing shot a little further into town. And here would it be with a bike lane with conflict striping at the driveways. Here's a shot.
I don't normally do this, Greg, but I want a quick information question.
Yes.
Are those light poles on the city, on the Caltrans right away?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And so here was a shot at the veterinarian hospital. I think it might have just closed, but I guess anyways, out front, you can see these driveway cuts and so on. We're proposing the bike lane be added as well as the sidewalk infill, right? Because the sidewalk infill would start up at Country Club Drive and continue across Bristol all the way down to Topa Topa. This is another rendering, which can be helpful to clarify things at Kenyatta Street on Ojai Avenue. So the idea is to have a median down the center, have an improved crosswalk. There's no room to have a curb extension on this side, but there's a proposed curb extension on this side. And then this big bull nose, we call it, curb extension between Kenyatta and El Paseo is a major benefit where pedestrians right now, when they cross the street, they can't tell if traffic's going to continue straight or stay on the highway. 99% of it stays on Ojai Avenue, but occasionally someone comes straight and you never quite know when they're going to do that. There's no blinker required to come straight. So they have to slow down, make a deliberate turn into this area, making it safer for the pedestrian.
Greg?
Yes.
Can you back it up and then show me what's, so in the middle island there with the pedestrians walking, is there an additional light switch for someone to stand on that medium and press it again in case they're slow getting across the street?
Originally there was, but part of this, when we do curb extensions, there's a truck management plan, and all of these curb extensions are designed for a 40-foot truck or bus. And when a truck or bus comes south on Kenyatta and turns eastbound on Ojai Avenue, this refuge has to be removed. But there's some talk about trying to move this flashing beacon onto that median so it could do exactly what you're talking about.
And that benefits who?
Well, it's a couple things. As you come down Kenyatta, this is the gateway to town, so it tells people where pedestrian crosswalks really initiate. So we already have this one here. We've recently, whatever, a couple of years ago now, put in the flashing beacon. We have a leader. So you press a button here, it kicks the leader on. But that would help the, obviously the cars see the crosswalk is active better with a signage on it as well. So it helps the pedestrian as well as be safe as well as the car see the people.
So if you kept that island but moved it on next to where that car is, it would also benefit a slow pedestrian.
Yes.
They could reset, stand there and wait and make sure everyone had stopped before they continued crossing.
Yeah, they just revised this bullnose and removed it and pushed the bullnose to this side over here. I mean, so the sign had to move that side. So that was part of this design revision they're going through right now as part of the truck management plan. So I can't guarantee they're allowed. I think they should have plenty of room. It requires a 5-foot wide median, and we have that there. So here's the existing intersection seen with an actual photograph, looking west, and there it is with the curb extensions added, the bullnose in the background, and then this curb extension on this side, none on that side, and then you can't, the post that Councilman Haney was just talking about is not shown here, but we're looking at making sure that stays. We get to downtown at the middle of the arcade. There's a proposed curb extension on both sides. And there's no flashing beacons or additional signage proposed to preserve the historic appearance of the crossing. There has been some consideration to in-pavement flashing beacons. We could have a pedestal button, approximately $50,000 for a crossing like that to add the lighting.
Can I ask a question about the curb extension?
Yes.
My concern is because I ride my bike and I pass the traffic that's stopped, you know. In order for me to pass that curb extension, what will happen?
The curb extension,
there.
They're going to traffic.
Yeah, the curb extension standard design is to be 2 foot inside of the parking lanes. These are 8-foot parking lanes. So the curb extension will come off the curb by 6 feet. So you'll still have, as you be driving by the cars, sometimes a car might park tight to the curb and you might have a foot or two of the parking lane. And that's exactly what you'll have is 2 foot of the parking lane continuously through that area. So you'll have what you have for the parking areas or more.
I want to be real clear on that. I just want to make sure that a bicycle doesn't have to zigzag past, you know, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I have the same concern. I'm not sure why we want to push someone on a bike driving in the downtown corridor into traffic, but
yeah,
we'll comment on that after this.
Yeah.
After presentation, I'm sure this will be a discussion item.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
And to try to address that right now too, these T markers are at 8 feet typically off of the curb. So the curb 2 foot less than that is where the curb extension would end the alignment of it. So it would end at 6 feet off the curb, which is about the narrower cars you see. So if a narrow car parks tight to the curb, a bicyclist would be riding along the edge of the parking lane, and they would continue and still have that same amount of room crossing the curb extension.
Okay.
I think we'll be discussing it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think that was in our old presentation, just talking about how there used to be, there was some talk of trees downtown and.
I was looking for the curb extensions here.
Right. Maybe that car parked backwards could be considered a metal curb extension.
Would we lose any parking spots with these curb extensions?
In this case, no. They're right in the areas where we've already got existing curb. We did add the motorcycle parking, and depending how we completed that one, it could impact the motorcycle parking.
And then Greg, the other side of this walkway heading west, there's another sidewalk that goes across the street from the arcade over to the park. Am I correct?
Yes, I think you're talking about the east end of the arcade. We're in front of the coffee roasters.
No, I'm talking about this right here is the entrance to Libby Park right here on the left.
This is the center, right? Yep, that's Libby Park entry right there.
Okay.
So there's one at the center of the arcade, and there's one on the east end of the arcade at the between Bonnie Lou's and the coffee roasters, roughly. So this is it, kicking out east end of town a little bit, and this is I think some people recognize this parking, this business development on the right side, and this would be the bike lane that's added to it. So there is some traffic calming measures which included this when you, instead of this situation where a car has a lot of room, right? They've got approximately this is something like 24 feet. So when you go to this kind of scenario, you narrow their path, and cars tend to slow down a little bit to stay within their realm. There's another shot that I think you can see. This is at Fox Street, right? You see the sign for the skate park on the right, and this is what it would look like. There'd be these double lanes for the bike lanes, as well as some tree infill when there's gaps. That was another issue we got into, I think, otherwise. So I think those are some slides that talked about the general overview of that. And then I wanted to show some slides that were, let's switch my sharing. So this is another, you'll recall these strip maps that were developed for the project at one time. And these strip maps are nice because they're the aerial photography on them. They give a good view of things. So starting off from the Y and moving this direction to a Mountain Winery, as well as the Boku is over here in El Paseo. So primarily the sidewalk will be replaced along this entire strip here. It was a beat up asphalt sidewalk. There's actually not shown on this one, but there's a bike lane that goes to the very back, that right of way through this area. There's sidewalks being added along the front of this parking area for Clef Vista, as well as across the street. And this is somewhat needed. Some of the kids come in from different means in this area, and they walk along this strip right now, and it's not the best condition. No sidewalk, just walking on a shoulder. So that'd be sidewalk infill as well. I should mention that the Y presently has 2 through lanes and 1 right lane. The proposal is to modify the right stacking lane, which is a short stacking lane, and make that the through bike lane. So that would be, these dashed lines are very faint green in this PDF, but that's a bike lane that comes up, stops, and it continues through, so people can get onto the Ojai Valley Bike Trail. Should be noted that
you're removing that lane there.
Yes, this yeah, 2 through lanes right now will become 1 through lane with a through bike lane. And it should be noted that this frequently takes about 4 to 6 cars to stack and block filling that lane. So this lane is not frequently filled. There's some peak traffic that can occasionally get into it. It all depends, but in real peak, normally this bleeds past Del Norte and blocks access to that. And the traffic analysis of it by the traffic study and Caltrans agreed was that essentially people come to the other side and they have to merge, which creates an unsafe condition. There's sometimes a conflict with the bus over here, as well as bicyclists. So that merging situation, as well as the conflict getting into the Vons parking lot, all create for conflict and accident issues over here. So
so Greg, I want to make a right turn. So I've got to pass the bike lane?
Yes, you'll have to go across that conflict area into the right lane, and then you go right.
So right turn, bike lane, through traffic lane.
Yes. And then I guess to continue to the east, we already have a sidewalk on the north side. The impacts to the trees along the south side were going to be difficult to mitigate with DG pathways and so on, with very little pedestrian demand. So the decision was to keep the sidewalk on the north side and not impact these trees on the south side with low demand. At Country Club Drive, that's where the demand begins, related to the Ojai Valley Inn and the Rancho Inn and some of the businesses along here. So that's where the sidewalk infill begins. And it would be from Country Club Drive to San Antonio all the way down to Topa Topa. And then at that point, there's a sidewalk that picks up. That's the existing sidewalk. This, and I should be mentioned, there was a sidewalk added on the last paving cycle on Recon Street. And I think that the new pavement with the new asphalt has kind of a glary white appearance to it. So the intention was to assure this sidewalk was put in with almost a DG type color. Keep it concrete for durability, but do a DG type color, kind of a brownish color to reduce the brightness, and maybe the more urban appearance of it would make it more fit into the rural appearance of Ojai better. So that's a major sidewalk infill, and that's also an item on the council agenda, was to begin the right-of-way process. You can imagine this touches on right-of-way. Some of it's in the Caltrans right-of-way and some of it's not. But every one of these driveways has to be tapered into as well. So there's a temporary construction easement to chase back a little sidewalk and make sure it ramps properly over an ADA compliant sidewalk.
Greg, do you want to defer the right-of-way discussion till later or take it up now?
If it relates to this section, it seems appropriate.
Well, no, that's a big question there, Bill. I think we should wait.
Okay, we'll wait then.
But here at the signal here, Greg, to your left, you got the crosswalk that's circled. It's got a mark in it. Is that a bike lane that goes across there, or what is that?
That was a consideration for an additional crosswalk that was in the caught up to some of the traffic work that it appears that the existing traffic signal may need to be the whole signal needs to be updated if we modify that, because you got to put the pedestrian crosswalk signals and so on. So that was highlighted to not be supported because it's too expensive on the project.
Wait, who made that call?
That was trying to stay within budget.
Well, now that we've all this additional funding, why don't we put it back in if it's a safety issue?
The additional funding has brought us up to what we need for the project. So our estimates right now are 3.4 million, and we've got the 3.4 million as the existing funding. So we don't.
But that includes all of the list of curb extensions and other things.
Yes.
That we're reviewing tonight.
Yes.
It makes me feel like you're telling us what we want to do rather than we telling you what we want to do. So I think that you should hold that back and wait until we decide if we want it in or not. That's my suggestion at this moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's let Greg finish. Keep going, Greg.
Yeah, not that accustomed to this. Okay, sorry, here we go.
I mean, it's a two-way street. He should tell us what he thinks is important, and then we give feedback.
Yeah, the problem is we're going to have to keep going back and going back. It's just better to stop and talk.
Yeah, I guess we haven't addressed, we've been working on Maricopa so much, we haven't talked about Ojai Avenue much. So if that's important to council to have a crosswalk on that side of the street as well. It appeared to be low demand based on the studies and very expensive to implement. So I guess it would be a staff recommendation to not include that. So I'll go to the next, let's see, yeah.
Bike lanes here?
And there's bike lanes from the Y all the way through downtown at the library to North Montgomery. The street's a bit narrower, so it becomes a Sharrow. And then it goes back to bike lanes from North Montgomery all the way to Gridley.
So can we talk about that area, or do you want to wait?
Well, right now I was showing Kenyatta to Blanche. It seems reasonable to ask questions on these sections as we go through them. Was that the question?
Yeah. I want to talk about from the post office to Montgomery.
Okay,
Or-
if I could just mention this area first, and that was, I think we saw pictures of the bullnose here to El Paseo, this curb extension here to help the crossing be more visible to people coming into town. I think most people agree that traffic's moving faster coming into town around this corner, and we're trying to make this a more visible, prominent crosswalk. So that's got that median improvement as well.
Hey,
And there
Greg,
is,
Greg,
yes.
why wouldn't we want something at Topa Topa Drive?
Topa Drive, you mean a crosswalk?
Yeah, something that's lit, something that isn't quite on the downhill side. You know, again, another buffer to slowing that corner is probably the most dangerous corner coming into town. It's the most dangerous part of the 150. We've addressed the Kenyatta issue, but we still haven't really slowed down traffic coming down that stretch of the highway.
Certainly can take a look at that. And you're not thinking necessarily a crosswalk, but anything out the street to try to give people a heads up to slow down to getting into town.
I'm not opposed to a crosswalk.
And we're getting the 25 mph change in the sign, right? Is that
Right,
right?
we've got the application in with the Caltrans right now.
Okay.
Mhm.
So can you clarify again? There's a bike lane up until the library, did you say?
Right, and and let me mention this area right here. Just there is a curb extension here in front of the museum that will help this crosswalk. The curb extension have been located very carefully that when traffic backs up coming into town, they wouldn't be blocked where people want to peel off and turn right. So there's no curb extensions on the right as you come into town, you can see, but there is exiting town to help this crosswalk. And same thing here at the library. Maybe a little hard to see at that scale, but there's a curb extension here and here at the library to help improve that crosswalk is a bit more heavily used. You get into the Signal Street intersection. There's Caltrans is improving the ADA curb ramps on all corners, and they're trying to correct also the issue with the ADA ramp. That's quite significant, as you might know, right when you go to the post office there, they're correcting that. That's on their project for improvement.
Okay.
So
And then,
I'm sorry, Susan, go ahead.
what happened to so there's the crosswalk at the library, but what happened to a crosswalk on the mop shop side for people when they're coming down North Ventura, then you have to cross over, you have to cross twice. I thought we had discussed possibly, and maybe this can't happen yet, but I don't want to forget about it, a crossing just like we have on Signal Street. There's crossing on both sides.
Right.
I'm never brave enough to ride my bike across,
And the improvements that I think there's a better view. That aerial strip map was kind of a concept map that was improved, but not. Here's the more current plan, but it's not as easy to see with the aerial photograph on it. And so if you look at, here is the slightly
what the heck
updated from that. So can you see that okay?
Yeah, I see it.
It's a much busier plan. That's why I didn't show it tonight, but this is Ventura Street crossing with Ojai Avenue. And you can see the curb extensions more prominently. And then there's a dedicated north-south bike crossing as well. And I think that might be what you're talking about, Susan.
Yeah, so that's the future?
Yes, that's the plan that is proposed.
Yeah, because there's so many bikes on North Ventura. It's total bike lane. I mean, the whole street.
Mm-hmm. There was one location on
They're going, and some of them they're probably going to either to town or to the Ojai Valley Trail.
Right, and we even further up on Ventura Street at Summer, there's directions for people how to get up to Signal Street and the Valley View Preserve and all that.
That's great, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you haven't forgotten about it. All right.
Okay. And then as you come into town here further, the as I mentioned, the curb extensions at the center arcade. And then this is the one on the east arcade. There's a curb extension here in front of the coffee roasters.
But can you clarify the bike lane, where does the bike lane end? At the library or at the on North, at some point it becomes Sharrow's. What is
Yes.
the point that the bike lane becomes Sharrow's in this current plan?
The roadway narrows at the library, and
Uh-huh.
that's where there's not enough room to have the bike lanes in. So at that point, it becomes a Sharrow through downtown, and it ends at North Montgomery.
Okay, I would like to discuss that for one moment. This may not be able to do right now, but I just want to make it part of the discussion that if we did remove the parking, there would definitely be room for a bike lane. And at before the COVID pandemic hit, we were having these we had a parking committee, and we were discussing, the possibility of replacing at least I was discussing the possibility of replacing some of the downtown parking with a parking lot.
That's the problem with the committee.
Yeah.
I have a question, though, Greg. Why do we continue to run these narrowing lanes and bike lanes and then running curb extensions and just bringing bikes and cars or even pedestrians into a confined space? Why I'm lost on this is what's the rationale that, oh, the curb extension will make everyone slow down, but you're still moving someone onto a bike into closer to traffic? Why is that a good thing?
Well, I guess there's seems like two topics there. One is the curb extensions, and as a reminder, the curb extensions don't go, they stay 2 foot inside of the parking lane, so it should not be an impact to a bicyclist. They should be riding on the outside edge of the car parking lane anyways in the bike lane, so they wouldn't go into that area where the curb extension is. These are Caltrans is very conservative, so they pull it again 2 foot inside of the parking lane. A lot of cities would go to the edge of the parking lane or even further out to try to squeeze that area, depending on the bike ridership demand.
I imagine a lot of cities would also not have them.
Yeah, there's a full variety. I think a good place to consider sometimes a sister city is Carpinteria. They've got curb extensions through their entire downtown corridor, and they're nicely designed, and they don't interfere with bikes or traffic flow. They're nicely designed.
I think it's working out if we discuss as we look, because it's just too hard to go back. And can we talk for a moment? The North Signal intersection is complete and utter anarchy on the weekend. If you've ever stood there, you will see up to 10 bicyclists, and they're riding. They're not walking like they're supposed to. You'll see a whole family with little kids, like 4 little kids and the parents. They're obviously visitors, and they're trying to get their bearings. They're riding from Reuben's Burritos or somewhere. They're across on the in the crosswalk. Then they get to the post office, and then they ride on the sidewalk. That's typical. And then they go into Libby Park, or maybe they'll get off their bike if there's too many people at some point. Maybe they'll start walking their bike. And that will not change when you have Sharrow's. You will not be able, I realize that we may not have the political support from the merchants to change this, but I think we need to recognize that you're not going to have families with kids riding Sharrow's unless they're really well-trained, savvy, used to riding in traffic. You'll have your people like, me, and you'll have your adult cyclists who are comfortable even right now. They'll be happy with the Sharrow's. I'm happy with the Sharrow's, but you will not be getting the families off the sidewalk. So, I see this, one of the other reasons I'm concerned about the curb extensions, I think the curb extensions do have a traffic calming effect. But say 20 years from now, if, you know, the world changes, we have a parking lot, the merchants have come to realize, the new merchants have come to realize that it's beneficial for that section between the arcade and Libby Park to be the most incredible pedestrian bicycle safe feature. If this was Europe, there wouldn't even be a debate about it. It would already be a pedestrian zone because that's what you have. You have a state highway running through what's obviously the major downtown shopping and then the park, right? And you wouldn't have a traffic congestion between in that area. So I guess down the road, if as the world changes, I guess those curb extensions could become bike lanes, right? You know, if you remove the parking, maybe I'm thinking too far ahead, but as sure as I'm sitting here, that's going to be a discussion in the future.
Certainly, if in the future you did move parking out to provide for bike lanes or other improvements, the curb extensions aren't that significant, right? You'd remove it out and put in pavement or whatever other improvements you wanted.
Yeah.
I think we should just put gates at the crosswalks and just not let people in. You know, that's what some people
Well,
want.
yeah, that too. That's
why wait?
Are the sharrows are going to be in the middle of the road like they are in Ventura? You know, giant stamped sharrows with signs that say bicycles can use full lane. That's the only way the sharrows can really work, I think. Or do you have something else?
Yes, it would be the, they keep evolving. I think the most recent state of the art would be Ventura Avenue. They've got sharrows. They have the same issue there. They don't have enough room to have dedicated bike lanes. So they've got the bike emblem with a green block around it with a white border with arrows on it. So it really highlights it. It is the one advantage that traffic engineers are saying is that this is our slowest traffic in town. So it's the safest place. You know, the higher the differential of speed between the car and the bike, the less safe it gets. So
that's true.
This is the one place, and we really don't have an option without removing parking. And I think council's already directed to not lose any parking in the downtown corridors.
Yeah, but can we also consider not adding the reason that shot of in front of the my mind is blank. You know, as you come into town, that beautiful photograph in front of the business center and God, I can't think.
Oh, at Kenyatta? You're talking about Kenyatta?
Yeah, that's so. The reason that looks so good is because there's no parking there. Because the developer provided parking in back of the building, which is where it should be. It looks great. Yeah. Okay, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Okay, and to move along then, so this work is under contract from the last council meeting. Will improve the handicap and the right-of-way issue at the Topa Mountain, the brewery, the Topa Brewery, and the crosswalk is proposed to have a curb extension on the south side, but not the north side where the trolley has to pull in. There's not enough room for it. As you proceed further outside of town, at this location, we go back to having bike lanes. There'll be a bike lane on each side. This side, we start having a scarcity of trees. So there's tree pockets designed along these strips where there's no trees right now. There's scarcity of trees. And that'll help keep the parking cool, the bike lane cool, as well as the sidewalk cool. It's especially effective on the north side, right? And so here you got Fox, and now you get to Bald. At Bald Street, there is an improvement that can be maybe not seen the best at that scale, but there's a curb extension with an improved crosswalk for this area. And then up at Drown Avenue at the Napa Auto Parts and Ojai Beverage Company and so on, there's a crosswalk being added here, another crosswalk added here. These both have curb extensions related to them. At Fulton Street, there's a curb extension here. And the advantage here, I know there's some people concerned with the truck access, and that's why we have a truck management plan. So it's designed for 40-foot trucks and buses to be able to turn around here and stay within the lines. And then they accommodate WB50s, which are the extra large tractor trailers. but they have to swing into the median in order to get onto the street. So that's how these designs are approved by Caltrans. But you can see these aren't on the incoming side of the city so much as on this side, where people tend to be speeding more. And you can imagine driving down the roadway, people stand down these curb extensions, they're more visible, and it becomes a safer crosswalk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so Fulton, these are the side streets where kids are coming in and they're going to go to Topa Topa. You know, so just want to make really sure that if kids are riding their bike on these little, there's several side street, you know, residential streets where there's probably a lot of kids that would have to negotiate crossing and then going to Grand and Topa Topa School. You know, I know we discussed this ages ago, just like Fulton, yeah, all of those, Park is another.
Yeah, I'd love to see the studies showing how many children are actually in those areas and actually using those paths to go to school. Do we have a study of that, Greg?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or are these assumptions?
Yeah, Randy, the point.
I don't want to argue. I just want to state, do we have a study?
But
do we know how many children are in that area? And do we know how many of them will be riding or walking to school? I think that's a valid question.
Yeah, I think
it's have a study.
I think it's valid to know the number of students, but they're not riding now because the parents wouldn't feel safe.
Well, that's another study too. I don't have a problem with that one.
Well, I think we do have that data from the complete street somewhere. We must have that. Yeah.
Well, does Greg have it?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any such study. No.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't make it safe. You know, the whole reason we're doing.
I'd like to ask that we get Greg to move forward. This is going to take us 7 hours to get through this, and this is not really helping. Can we please let Greg continue?
Okay, so these are the crosswalks with curb extensions at these locations. And then at Park Road, you know, we recently added the RRFB at that location, and we improved the ADA ramp on this side, so that would not be improved. But this side, if you're aware of it, is very tight. There's a lot of poles there. You can't get through with much of anything. You've got to make your way through utility poles and so on. So that curb extension will allow a full ADA compliant corner to that as well. Then at Bryant Street, this will be a new crosswalk here as well. The one at Whispering Oaks was improved a couple of years ago. We added curb extensions. And that's a good example of a curb extension. When you ride a bike by there, I think you'll find it's not impinging on the roadway. It's pulled back inside of the parking lane. So obviously there's no cars, then a bicycle could ride in the parking lane. But in this case, you'll see how it works pretty well with bicycles. And so at that point, I did want to highlight there's a little sidewalk infill here. There's also some sidewalk infill over on this side. And then when you get to the last slide here, you'll see this red is an error that couldn't be removed in the drawing. But the area from the Camarco restaurant here between Shady Lane and Gridley, this is a major section of sidewalk infill. There's already some existing here. And then we've got one last small piece that's required over here by Gridley. So that is basically a summary of the Ojai Avenue improvements. And I can either move on to Maricopa demonstration, or if you have any further questions on Ojai Avenue.
Greg, can you back up just a little bit? What's this sidewalk in front of the golf course entrance? Why is that there? Why are we doing that?
This was you might recall, we own Allison Way as a right of way to the north. And there was consideration to take this bike path up here and try to, in the future, have a walkway that would come over across this area and then cross here. So this was an optional item that needed to be discussed, whether or not it's worth doing this at this time. It'll be an optional item when we get to further design and cost.
But as of now, we're not doing that.
As of right now, I think it's an option on the design and the estimate.
I mean, the Allison thing, we're not doing,
Right, nothing on Ellison, no, strictly on Ojai Avenue.
which was the rationale for it in the first place.
I'm sorry?
That was the rationale for that in the first place.
Yes.
Okay.
So would you like to proceed on to Ojai, to Maricopa Highway demonstration, or does anybody have any further questions on Ojai Avenue at this time?
We better keep going. Let's move on. I think.
Okay.
Okay with everybody?
Mhm. And, all right, and I think primarily when we get to the demonstration for Ojai Avenue, for Maricopa Highway, we've got the administrative report, covers a lot of items in there. Essentially, we're seeing traffic counts increase after the COVID lockdown has gone back a little bit. So we see Maricopa on an increasing trend, a very slight increasing trend. It's not decreasing, which was the major concern. If there's people avoiding the highway, that they would, we'd see the numbers drop. But there's
Where's
no.
that at, Greg?
I'm sorry?
Where's that at in your report? What page?
That's on the section under the ATP demonstration. Yeah, let's see.
Vehicle volumes?
Yes. So if you look underneath, page 4 of 14, the vehicle volumes prior to the demonstration were 3,700, and during the demonstration, they've been trending upward from 30. Well, that was one way. So for two way,
A decrease, not an increase.
yeah. Before the demonstration was 7,400 total, and after the demonstration, we've seen 6,523 in January. So that was the decrease during the lockdown. 7,805 in February. So that was an increase of almost 1,000 cars per day. And then 7,951 in March. It seems to be flattening out. So we've seen it increase about 1,200 from the pre-demonstration numbers.
You consider that a good thing or a bad thing?
I guess it's data. It's hard to say with this COVID. I don't know how exactly we say that, except we haven't seen a decrease. We haven't seen a major diversion of traffic off of the roadway. We have been monitoring cut through on both Hermosa and Cuyama. And similarly, we have not seen increases different than what we're seeing on Maricopa, just a general trend upward of the total numbers. I think also there's some issues with the Numina monitoring devices, but the one that is keeping accurate data is located at Bahia Rio, and that has seen pedestrian activity increase from 54 bikes per day before the demonstration to 120 in December per day, 97 per day in January, 128 per day in February, and 122 in March. So it's approximately a 125% increase in bike ridership, which is the goal of the ATP program, is to increase bike and pedestrian usage.
During COVID, let's remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Sticks, quick question.
Bill, yep.
Greg, who's responsible for the performance of the Numina devices?
It's the company called Numina, and they're under, they're working under Street Plans' contract.
Right there, but so is it the contractor, Street Plans, responsible for any subcontracting they do?
We hired them for some extra longer period of time. They did the first, they're supposed to do the month prior and the 6 months after. So they're expiring fairly soon. And then the city was considering taking over. At this point, we would question that.
I'm not talking about the city. I'm talking about contract responsibility. Numina is paid by the contractor, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why isn't the contractor responsible for these devices working properly? Numina doesn't bill the city, it bills the contractor. So I'm trying to understand why the responsible party is not the contractor.
I think they are, but they've got a problem with them, and they're trying to resolve the issue now.
So we're paying the contractor, and this is one of the components. So is there an issue about what we're paying for? I mean, we're administering the grant. You administer the grant. It's for, part of that is adequate performance. So I'm just trying to look at the responsibility here for having problems with the performance of these sensors.
Yeah, if you'll recall, the administration of the grants being handled by SCAG, by Southern California Association of Governments, and they're dealing with the situation the best they can, as well as the city.
So who's the liaison to SCAG? Who's managing these resources? For
We've
us?
got a manager at SCAG who's handling this contract.
Who's managing him or her?
I'm sure they have a hierarchy of oversight.
What's your oversight in this?
They're overseeing it for the city, so we're somewhat their client. The SCAG is.
I think we have to remember the public is also waiting to speak. I think.
So, well, this is an important issue. If there's a certain aspect of a company that's not performing their, part of their contract properly, one is, when did we find out? And two, what have we done to ensure that they're going to live up to their obligations? And then probably the most important thing, if they're in data collection, how do we trust the data? When did we find out that the data wasn't good?
Before Greg answers that question, if I could jump in here real quick. In order to avoid any possible claims that might result, should we continue this particular line of questioning, we need more information regarding Numina's performance under this contract, which it has with Streets Blog, who has a contract with SCAG, who is in partnership with the city. We don't have enough information to declare anybody in breach of any contract. We need more information, which I would expect that Mr. Grant will bring back to this council regarding the issues with Numina's underlying technology and the efforts being made to resolve it through SCAG. And I would suggest that we provide an opportunity for Mr. Grant to return with that information before at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
I agree with that. But when did we find out the information wasn't being collected properly?
That's certainly
I would say about a month ago, it was getting clear that they were not providing data that was being provided to Caltrans and reports. And that's when the pressure was put on them for what is going on and how you can resolve it.
And how often did you receive these reports?
Well, they were through street plans reporting to Caltrans. So they were supposed to have been done monthly, but the Numina data was not being provided. And they said they had an issue to straighten out. It was being worked on with both street plans and SCAG, saying, well, what is going on? We got to get this data clarified.
So I think this is something I probably need to ask the city manager. I'll do that privately.
Before we move on to public comment, Greg, could you speak briefly about the new idea that surfaced recently about moving the sidewalk on Maricopa Highway?
Okay, and I guess on attachment C is a full recap of all of the measures taken to date. There's been a significant number of changes from moving the Armadillo delineators to make room, more width for parking. We've removed half the planters. We've painted the bike conflict zones a bright green instead of the dark green. We've loosened up a lot of the delineators in the areas of U-turns to make them better. We've added signage, temporary, and then we've moved to more permanent signage. We've added the lath with the reflectors at the planters to help people when they're pulling out and backing out to see the planters. At this time, based on some of the recent accidents, and as well as Caltrans was never going to allow the Armadillo delineators in the long term anyways, it was only a temporary demonstration. Both Caltrans is recommending the removal of them, and that's the staff recommendation to council's way to remove all of the delineators. Keeping in mind where the two-way bike lane is, we'll have to still have delineators. In that area, you can't have a two-way bike lane against traffic without some kind of delineator. We can use something besides the Armadillo delineators. We'll have to go more of a standard
like
3-inch
vertical flexible bollards, for example.
Yes. And so that was a primary recommendation. And then there was some thought of removing the planters, and that is it's being recommended to keep the planters. The travel lane is hard to define without some kind of physical barrier or planters over there. So the planters really will help define that travel lane. Without them, you've got a lot of pavement out there with just striping to keep people in the right lane. And then I think council had asked about a two-way bike lane option, and that is recapped in there, and we've worked on that. is feasible from the Y to Church on the high school side. It can be done. From Church down to El Roblar, it's very difficult if we're going to keep parking. We'd have to move the curb and sidewalk back in order to make room for it. And that could happen that way as an expensive measure. There was some additional thought put if we're gonna, the two-way bike lane has a lot of support, I know, from council, and the class 1 lane is another option. And I've got a slide that I can show what that looks like. And so a class 1 bike lane is, I guess, is just to get used to what these, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm showing this right now. Okay, so hopefully you can see that. That's a section, a simplified section of what essentially the existing cross section is at between El Roblar and Church. So we've got the travel lane, we've got a parking lane, which we're proposing to widen to 9+ feet to make it easier to park in. We've removed the armadillo delineators to help people tighten up against this buffer zone. And then we've got this one-way bike lane. So there's not enough room to put two-way through this area. You've got to have a 12-foot two-way bike lane with a 3-foot buffer. So it needs 15-foot total. It's not available right now. So if we're going to move curb and gutter, there's an option that could be considered. It's called a class 1. And people have been up in Goleta along the Hollister Ave area. They've just got an award-winning approach like this, a class 1 bike lane up there. So you could move the curb out. I think it was 5 feet. You still keep the travel lane. You've got still a fair amount of room here, but you'd have a 12-foot class 1 that could be 3 foot or 3 separate lanes, one for biking one direction, one for biking the other direction, and one for walking. So it's a very large multi-use sidewalk bike lane. So that would get people off of the pavement and up behind the curb, which seems to be one of the major concerns, is people riding near it for more casual recreational type riders. There's still enough room out there that you could have the cars now move to the curb, which is a more traditional approach. And then you could have even enough room to have a two-way bike lane. The advantage, I'm sorry, to have a class 2 bike lane here. It'd be buffered on both sides. The advantage of this is that you would have a 12-foot travel lane plus an 8-foot area, which creates 20-foot total, which is plenty of room for cars to pull over if there's any emergency issues. So it takes care of the emergency issue. It takes care of the casual riders and so on behind the curb to feel safe, as well as pedestrians. And then it takes care of the car parking as well. And that section does work all the way up past the high school and up to the Y. And you can even see up here where the right-of-way narrows up by from Valerio to the Vons area. It also works as well. In that case, it narrows so you don't have parking, but there's no need for parking up there, no demand. And then even at the Y, it works. It breaks off into the lawn area in that area. So that was the idea of a class 1 bike lane. It's not cheap to move curb, but it would eliminate a lot of other improvements on the project. So in very rough numbers, we just were looking at this concept. It was something in the range of saving $500,000 or $600,000 out of the $1.2 million being spent on Maricopa, and it would add cost of more than that, maybe $800,000. We've just done a very rough estimate at this point. So it appears to be a net increase in cost of $300,000 to $400,000, very rough at this point, and that would be additional funding that would be required. So I think that was review of the ATP demo, and I think last there was a pedestrian crosswalk lighting, if you want to cover that, or there was an attachment to the report that shows some ideas and so on for increasing pedestrian lighting on downtown Ojai Avenue. So at that point, done with the presentation.
That wasn't, but the idea we discussed the other day was to get the bikes and the pedestrians off the road, remember? And so it'd be go bikes, pedestrians, and then cars. And we talked about it.
Right, and the idea here would be the 12-foot is enough for a two-way bike lane and a sidewalk. So everybody be behind the curb, a two-way bike lane plus a sidewalk.
So we can investigate that.
Right, and that's essentially, I'm saying it is feasible from El Roble all the way, the whole Maricopa Highway. It's it would involve moving out the curb gutter approximately 5 feet for most of the whole length. And it's a net increase of cost of $300,000 to $500,000.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Really appreciate your work on this. Are we ready for public comment?
And can I have a point of clarification, Greg? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just make clear the need for the two-way bike lane. I mean, I see there are several options that we can do. I was there again on Sunday afternoon. I like what Betsy mentioned. If we can do a cost analysis, it sounds like it might be what's the word, cost prohibitive. That might be a factor, but when you observe the cyclists, I would say 90%, especially when they're coming off the Ojai Trail, even now they're riding. It's already a bi-directional bike lane, and some of the people are getting very close to the the zebra armadillos, because they're trying to, because there's two. They're already going in both directions. So I mean, I feel like that should be our goal, is to find a safe way to have a bi-directional bike lane on that one side, and then just on the hospital side, just riding with traffic. And I saw a few people. I think Sunday afternoon was like a bonus bike day. It must have been, I would say, between 50 and 100, between 2:30 and 4:30. I've never seen so many. It was just maybe coincidence, but so it really gave you the opportunity to watch. And a lot of the kids and families are still on the sidewalk. They're still uncertain, maybe because it's not green. There's some hesitancy to use the bike lane. A lot of people do use it, but there's still a considerable amount of people on the sidewalk. So it's going to take time. It's still, it's been 5 months, but it's been 50 years. The previous configuration was 50 years old. So it's just going to take time. Okay, I better be quiet.
So we better get on.
I thought I'd offer Mayor my observation and my opinions at this point in time too. Isn't that what we're doing?
We're going to move to, we have public comment.
That's what I thought we were doing.
And
No, we haven't done public comment yet.
So we'll move to discussion after that, Randy. Okay, Gail, can we have 26 people signed up, so we're going to cut it down. We're going to limit it to 2 minutes each.
Okay. And we'll set the timer for 2 minutes. And we do have 26 people signed up, but I only see 14 people in the queue right now. And I'm going to call on them in the order that they signed up.
May I make a request of Mayor Sticks, please? If there's only 14 people in the queue, could they please have the full 3 minutes, unless they're repeating what the previous person said? I really think.
Well, it's almost 10 o'clock, so if we better cut it down to 2. I'm sorry, Souza. We'll never make it. Brevity is the soul of wit. We can do this. Okay, may I have the first person?
Okay, the first person is Cassia Levitt. Cassia, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, I would like to say, Mr. Grant, I love the proposed bike path on the Ojai Valley Highway, and the curb extensions are a brilliant idea. And based on the European studies, I I know that I came across, it will definitely slow down the traffic without without much effort. And I'm ecstatic about those changes. And I've been living here in the Ojai Valley for 15 years, and I've been biking with my children all over town. And I think those are wonderful proposed changes. And I'm sorry to hear that Mr. Haney is, has so much negativity towards all those projects. But this is a small town, and slow traffic and narrow roads and being friendly towards bikes and pedestrians is something that makes this town so special. So I'm very proud to be living here in Ojai, and I'm so glad that the town is taking steps to make Ojai Valley more bike and pedestrian friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, Kasia.
The next person is Kathy Nolan. Kathy, you should be able to go ahead and speak. If you're muted, go ahead and unmute yourself. Kathy, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi, Kathy Nolan, Planning Commissioner for the City of Ojai. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and that I actually support both the ATP and the Go Ojai project for many different reasons, which I've said before, but it has to do with lowering greenhouse gas emissions, vehicle miles traveled, and making the roads safe and equitable for all users. And just to keep it really short and sweet, I'm interested in definitely getting some sort of a two-way bike lane on the south side, the Nordhoff side of the 33. That'll be, yet to be determined when they do further studies. And then the other thing is just an alternate. You may be able to use the existing planters that have been removed to replace the armadillos for separation between the parking and the biking. That may be a low-cost alternative. Once again, thank you, and I'm in favor of the projects.
Thank you, Kathy.
And the next person we have is Bill Miley. Mr. Miley, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself.
Unmute. Unmute. Okay. Hi, Bill Miley. Hello. I'm very supportive of the Maricopa demonstration portion of the project, the ATP program, and like the changes that are being made for safety. I'd like to speak to the folks who dislike the reduction from 4 lanes to 2. Our city and valley was founded by folks that set up 2 lanes, and they even made them narrower in the arbolata. I believe opponents who make the case for emergency evacuation as needing 4 lanes fail to realize it's 2 lanes to the 4 lane and it's 4 lanes to the 2 lanes. And in an emergency, that's going to be a mess. We have this silly 4-lane road in the middle of Ojai where there's no other 4-lane road. Pedestrians, bicyclists have more difficulty crossing 4 lanes. 2 lanes are better. 4 lanes is not good preventive design. And then there's those who say we should model it on Ventura. Ventura is 100,000 folks, people. They also built along their coast and their ocean. They also built recently hundreds of apartments. Where's the water going to come from? And then there are those that say, I don't like this demonstration. I can't go as fast as I want. They go too fast anyway. And then they go into Cuyama. It's a narrow road to avoid a 2-lane, 4-lane road. So Ojai City is not about 4 lanes. As I see it, it's gentleness, relaxed attitude, reduction of air pollution, reduction of loud noise producers, reducing climate change, slowing down vehicle movement, overall becoming a more gentle and softer city. We stand out as unique. Let's keep it that way. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
And next we have Kathy Lottis. Kathy, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. This is Kathy Lawtis. And I just want to say that I fully support the project. I would really appreciate the council moving forward. Please, let's not have any more delays on this. I feel that there's just been a huge effort that has gone into project development. We have had a lot of professional expertise, and I'm just so grateful for the grant funding. This is a absolutely wonderful project for the city of Ojai. The benefits that we get in terms of bike and pedestrian safety are so much better than what we've got now. And personally, I feel I've looked at all the staff reports. I followed the presentation tonight. That the balance between all the constraints, the cost, the physical layout, everything, with the benefits that we're getting, I feel that, it's not an ideal world, but I feel that the balance is there and it's time to move ahead. It's a fabulous project. Please don't mess with this too much. I feel that the bike lanes and so forth, the way they're laid out are perfectly fine, but if there is a way to, as other people have suggested, to do the 2-lane, maybe that's helpful. If the funding can be found, but please, I ask the council to move ahead and please, let's stop the finger pointing. I think that everybody has worked very hard on this, and it's very unseemly to anybody looking on when there is this public finger pointing. It's not very seemly at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Next, we have Russell Sidney. Russell, if you're there, you can go ahead and please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Honorable council members, thank you for the chance to speak to this subject. I'm in strong support of using the ATP grant to make both the highways in town safe for bicycles and pedestrians. I am, however, very concerned that the plans for both highways still need significant improvements. You have seen some of the design problems in Maricopa and some of the many more possibly worse problems on Ojai Avenue have yet to be handled in tonight's reports. The underlying issue is that bicycles are being pushed next to cars at their great risk based on decades-old concepts. The updated view of bicycle safety puts the primary focus on keeping bicycles and pedestrians separated from vehicles. The Caltrans design manuals have been updated to reflect those concepts. You've received a copy of a detailed report that examines and quotes the Caltrans guidelines specifically to show that those guidelines do in fact support a 2-way bike lane from Valley Rio to El Roblar. The staff report has contradicted those findings, and that is very disturbing. I would request a detailed accounting for the difference between the staff's view and the guidelines that are quoted from Caltrans. The proposed alternatives reduce the safety of the bicycles, and the only way that bicycles can truly be safe on a highway with speeds over 30 miles an hour is if they are separated by 24/7 protection with the appropriate buffers and barriers that are needed for that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Russell.
Next, we have John Lamar. John, you should be able to speak now. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hey, this is a lot of work for you guys. I appreciate all the effort you put in. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. There's so much positive that can come from a project like this. We have these funds available. We need to put them to good use. It's difficult for a small city to have the staff to really go at this. And I just feel like the people who are working on it are working so hard and doing such a great job. And so I support the project. The main reason why I support it is because when you have 2 lanes, what tends to happen is people pass on the right-hand lane, which is normally the slower lane, which creates an extremely dangerous situation. This project cannot go back to 4 lanes because it goes back to a situation that is extremely dangerous. I support the 2-way bike path on the Nordhoff side of the school. It makes complete sense because every time I'm out there, 60 to 70% of the people riding on the bike path that's supposed to go in one direction are riding in 2 directions. And so I'm sorry this is so complicated. I think we all have good intentions, and I really appreciate everybody's efforts. Let's keep moving ahead and make this fantastic project even better. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next, we have Randy Levitt. Randy, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. First, I'd like to really express my appreciation for Greg Grant and how much work behind the scenes must have been responsible. So thank you so much. It's just really amazing everything that you've done, even that we don't see. I'd like to say that it's clear to me that this is a community project. It's not about business versus bike. It's about how we can keep Ojai special and dear to all of us, and so that we as a community can continue to enjoy and live here safely. Because currently it's not tenable. It's not safe. It's not a good thing for our kids who want to walk and bike in town. Something needs to be done. And for both projects, I think that you don't have to separate bikes from the main street. I think curb cutouts, they work in Carpinteria, they're a great idea. And there's room for a bike to get by without going into the line of traffic. I think it's a really great option. The dangerous problem here is 4 lanes. And if you have, there's no need for 4 lanes. As the previous speaker said, it causes more contention, more speeding, more passing, zigzagging this way and that way. At any rate, please vote for our community. It's not about bikes versus business. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Randy.
Next, we have Bob Quinn. Bob, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. This is Bob Quinn. I also support the project, and I appreciate the efforts to safely accommodate the 2-way traffic on the high school side of Maricopa Highway that already exists. Having observed the bike traffic out there recently, it's pretty clear that the southbound side of Maricopa Highway is the place to put the bike facilities. So thanks again for the good work. Let's keep seeking the perfect solution.
Thank you, Bob.
Next, we have, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Lee Heidemann. Lee, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. So I wanted to thank you for taking input, and I live in the area, so I drive and ride my bike on the area that we're discussing every day. And I ride a bike to town a few times a week. And so I love the fact there's a bike lane. I really dislike the fact that there are not 4 car lanes. And Not that I object to slowing traffic down, and I absolutely want things to be safer, but given the medical facilities in the area, doctor's offices, the hospital, the pharmacy, there are a lot of elderly people in and out, and we've removed the slow merging out of the businesses onto the highway in a safe manner. So I've encountered and witnessed so many problems. So I really don't think it's going to work safely to just have 2 lanes. You can go slower, but then you've got backup in the parking lot coming out of especially the medical offices. However, in front of the Meadows towards El Roblar, that would be fine to have 1 lane each way because you don't have the turnouts for businesses. So anyway, I really think having just 2 lanes, that whole stretch, is a very bad idea. And I don't think you need street parking anywhere except in front of the Meadows. That's the only place people use it. So thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Next, we have Dennis McCarthy. Dennis, you should be able to speak now. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Dennis McCarthy, an Ojai resident and member of Save Maricopa Highway. Save Maricopa Highway is a large group of Ojai citizens who dislike the dangerous demonstration project now underway. Save Maricopa Highway wants to keep Maricopa Highway 4 lanes and install 2 site.
Hello? Mr. McCarthy?
Lanes and creates 2 safe bike lanes along each curb. This is a sensible revision to the demonstration project. Let's try this smarter version before we spend money on the permanent version that so many of our Ojai residents really dislike. In fact, apparently, I think it's 60% of the residents dislike the current demonstration project by your own survey. I know the survey that the Save Maricopa Highway has conducted shows that the people who dislike the current version of the demonstration project, it's probably more like 80%. But even your own survey shows 60% dislike it. So let's try a smarter, more sensible demonstration project, leaving 4 lanes with 2 safe bike lanes before we go into a permanent version. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dennis.
Next, we have Diana Blanchard. Diana, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and go ahead. Diana Blanchard, if
Yes,
you're there.
hi.
Oh, there you are.
Hi,
Okay,
you
go
there?
ahead.
Okay. Okay, great. You can hear me then?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am very grateful that everyone is participating tonight and being very patient and helping our town to become even more lovely. It's obviously a big deal, and I really appreciate everyone's input along the way. I am in support of both the ATP project and the Go Ojai project. For the last 2-year period, input from many sources has been evaluated and considered in making these decisions to improve Highway 33 and our community. The city has met the funding requirements for safety for pedestrians and bicycle riders, beautification, and traffic calming. The appropriated money enhances our small town in many ways, including more people are able to enjoy all the amenities Ojai has to offer by walking and riding safely around town. Businesses can benefit from this too. Children get to experience the newfound freedom of exploring their world, meeting up with friends, and getting to school independently. This is also better for the environment to have fewer cars on the road. Our air is cleaner and we save money and we spend less on fuel. Multimodal transportation encourages health and well-being, stronger and leaner bodies and less traffic congestion. Our downtown arcade area in particular is very limited in space and parking. So it is definitely a smarter choice for all of us. I believe as more and more societies become familiar with and embrace alternative transportation, we can all live in a better, cleaner, healthier world. Go Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
Next, we have, where did it go? Jeff Otterbein. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Jeff, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, everybody, for all the work you've done on this project. I'm in total support of the ATP. I feel safe out there when I'm riding my bicycle. I feel like the planet has a climate crisis and the city has a traffic crisis, and this is a small step, but important step to solving both of these crises. And I think that's it. Thank you so much for all the work.
Thank you, Jeff.
And next we have Cynthia Jones. Cynthia, you should be able to speak now. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, council members. In the interest of time, since it is 10:15, I would like to say that I support everything Dennis McCarthy said. And basically, I think the bike lanes over there, the demonstration should be reconsidered to have 4 lanes, just like what Dennis was saying. And I am definitely not for continuing this up through Ojai Avenue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cynthia.
And next we have Carolyn Goldwasser. There we go. Carolyn, if you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Hello, thank you very much for all the work everyone's been putting in over the several years to work on trying to make things safer for people on bicycles and people who are pedestrians. It adds a lot of calmness to the town and more humanity is seen as you're walking or as you see a person on a bicycle rather than a car, maybe with only one person in it, but it's a more human aspect and softer, more gentler. I am a retired person. I walk most everywhere I go unless I'm riding on the trolley. But I do appreciate that the safer people feel when they're walking, crossing streets, or riding a bicycle, the more inclined more people will be to use those other modes of transportation, and therefore there will be less noise and air pollution, and better for people's health to be being more active. The other thing that I was thinking is that one of the towns I lived in Oregon had their policemen rode bicycles all over town, and it was a way to have a view of the policeman. It was a feeling of being closely involved. They could always call for backup if they needed other people to come in a car, but it would be a thought for if Ojai decides to do something around its own policing to have at least some of their policemen on bicycles. So thank you very much for this project. I hope everyone works it out, and it looks like a good project.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And next we have Michelle Ellison. Michelle, if you're there, go ahead and unmute yourself. You can go ahead and speak.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. Good evening. This is Michelle Ellison. I'm a resident of the city of Ojai, and I support this project for various reasons, as I've mentioned in the past. First and foremost, from a climate perspective and dealing with the climate emergency, gas-powered vehicles are our #1 source of emissions here in Ojai. So anything that we can do to reduce vehicle miles traveled, and that includes more biking and walking and alternate modes of transportation, public transportation, the better we'll be off. And we also have the 2nd worst air quality in the county. So, you know, we are breathing in not that clean of air here. So I think from that perspective, it's important as well. And then also on a personal level, we have 2 young children, a kindergartner and a 2nd grader, and we love riding our bikes with our kids. And we'll take the bike trail and we'll go to the Meadows Preserve, and have been enjoying, you know, I feel much safer with my little, I think of my little ducklings in tow, protective mama, and just making sure I feel safer bringing them to the Meadows Preserve. It's still not perfect yet. I'd still feel, you know, there's some navigation that's tricky getting to the Meadows Preserve. So I think a 2-way bike lane would be better to facilitate that. And, you know, we're right now 2 blocks from Topa Topa, so we walk there. But as they grow older, I'd love for them to feel safe getting to Matilaha and Nordoff. So thank you for your work on this project. And I'm also, you know, excited to see the developments along Ojai Avenue. Being on the east end of town, I'll appreciate more of that tree cover and those bike lanes on our end of town. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
And that is actually the last person.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Appreciate that. All right, let's bring it back for discussion.
Oh, where to begin?
Yeah. Begin.
Okay, Mayor Sticks. My thinking has definitely evolved on this matter of the 2-way on the south side of Maricopa Avenue, because that's what the bicycle demand is demonstrating. I mean, we're getting 2-way bicycle traffic there. And so, as was just mentioned by Michelle Ellison and others, and, you know, and I really appreciate the analysis by Mr. Sidney. I'm not talking details, but in general principle, I have become convinced of the need for a serious look at a 2-way on the south side of the avenue there, or south or west side. So I just wanted to see if we, you know, I was just we got a lot of decisions here to make tonight. I was wondering if we do have if that's something we could start with, whether we're all on board with trying to take a serious look at a 2-way on the south and west side or not.
Why don't you make a motion for that? Or do you just want to, do we want to separate things?
Well, I'll try. Go ahead, Susan.
Oh, I'm in full support of a 2-lane, a bidirectional bike path on the Nordoff side. There's no question in my mind that it's necessary. And then I don't think I need to go into all the reasons in the interest of time, unless. But
and I would second that just as a design direction. And if I assume, could I ask for a clarification? Is there any way to do that in the demonstration project modification?
I think I can respond to that, and that is that yes, we'd have to design it, permit it, and revise the painting and other items out there. And to stay within existing curb to curb, it's possible from Church to the Y, but between Church and El Roblar, there's not sufficient space unless Caltrans would grant a major design exception, which is unlikely.
So you're saying we could not get the 2-way to the Meadows in the demonstration project?
They require at this point 12 foot plus a 3-foot buffer, and there's that's 15 feet. Right now we're close to 12 feet. So without removing the parking, which there's been some discussion about, the old pullout area holds about 9 cars. You could use that. I know the school is supportive about even committing to just dedicating some parking for the preserve. And then there was some talk about trying to utilize some space within the preserve that OVLC is.
Well, where I'm coming from is utilizing demonstration for what it was meant to be, learn and modify based on, and I was just hoping there was maybe that's the way to do it. We attempt, and I also think that we ought to consider flexible bollards in place of planters and armadillos, but I'm not sure the usefulness of two-way if it's start and stop again as opposed to all the way.
There's somewhat of a de facto, I don't know if this de facto is the right term, but that section from El Roblar to Church has a bike lane southbound close to the curb, and then it's got a buffer, so that right now people are using that buffer as the contra flow, the opposite flow.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, there is no driveway cuts in there. I guess there's one at Thomas Aquinas, and that's it. So it's not designed for it, but it functions relatively well in that area. So it could be, from the Y all the way to Church, a fully sanctioned two-way, and then it would be a non-sanctioned buffered area that people would go contra-flow in.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not afraid of non-sanctioned.
And a lot of people are asking for that 2-lane.
Right. That's what the demand is showing.
Souza?
Yeah, if it comes down to it, I would be in favor of removing the parking if we had to remove.
We
the
had to.
parking. The bi-directional bike lane is far more important, because really to use a road for parking in that area, it's not really efficient when you really stop to think about it. And there's a huge Nordhoff parking lot, and I believe that we can, I think we can negotiate with the Land Conservancy and work out all those, some alternative, because it's not that much parking anyway. So if we have to, I would be in favor of, if we had to remove it.
I concur. It's something worth trying.
Yeah.
Randy?
Well, I'm not, obviously there's a motion and a second, but I'm not willing to make any, I'm not in favor of voting on anything until this is flushed out. But the demonstration is there to show us what some of the needs are. What we have seen for the last 6 months, people hit by cars. We've seen people go down with armadillos. We've seen motorcycles go down. And who knows how many other accidents that haven't been reported. So that's what we've seen in this part of the study. Have we seen people going north on the sidewalk? Yes. So that tells us that's an indication that that's an issue and a concern. I'm not going to deny that. But we've tried this for 6 months, and for 6 months, that's what we've gotten. A lot of accidents and a lot of the community not liking it. And somewhere in between here, we got to try something else. So I would not be in favor of what Bill and Souza want to do right now. I'd be in favor of going back to the 4 lanes and putting bike lanes on each lane, on each side. And I'd be in favor of moving all the obstacles in the way. Right now, we know that the school has put their drop-off zone inside their parking lot, so that's not an issue there. I imagine that if we ask the city manager to speak to the school superintendent, they might be willing to offer us something in their parking lot for the Meadows. We could take all the parking all the way off each side of that highway, dedicate 2 bike lanes to it, and keep the traffic lane and as 2 and 2. So I think it isn't going to hurt to try something different. Modifying what's there that already proves it's not working and that the community and a majority doesn't like tells me that we need to try something different. And that would be my alternative motion to their motion. So we can keep talking about this and flushing this out, but I think that's the two thing, continue the insanity or try something different. And my motion would be to try something different.
Well, we have a different idea, which Greg and I talked about. And so that would be something that I would love to, Greg, for you to research and see if that's financially possible. Getting it off, moving it so that there's more distance. You know what I'm talking about?
That would be in the permanent project, not the demonstration.
Right. We're still.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
we're talking demonstration here. If we're going to do that, we should ask Greg for a cost analysis on my proposal.
So if you
Fine
can.
to look at it, but I think we basically have two motions on the table. We ought to decide how we're going to do this.
I just want to remind the council that the Ojai Complete Streets Master Plan that was adopted in 2017 recommends that we reduce the 4 lanes to 2 lanes. It's right there in the master plan that the previous council adopted. And in my opinion, the single most important feature of the demonstration project is the thing that makes this project safer than the 4-lane alternative, is that it's 2 lanes, which has demonstrated in every study to slow down traffic. There's no longer a passing lane. And the issues that with the armadillos, we can address that. We're going to remove the armadillos. I think that we've had this demonstration project for 5 months, but let's not forget that we had the 4-lane highway for 50 years, since around 1970, and people are used to it. So it's going to take time for people to adjust to the change. But I think ultimately we're moving in the right direction by keeping the lane reduction and removing the obstacles that have been shown not to be safe, the things that have confused people, and just make the project, the demonstration project, clearer and cleaner.
Yeah, I agree. And moving the curbs out of the road would help the parking too. So
I'm just trying to break this into pieces where we make some kind of
We
decision.
don't have to remove the curb.
and Randy, this is different. This is a different idea that we can look at, that Greg can research. So
Well, I guess is that something that you vetted with him personally?
yes.
Maybe Betsy, when we're through with this, you could make a motion that that Greg comes back. I need a visual and a cost analysis. I would support that. Maybe
Okay.
through this, yeah.
Well, I think we need to talk about this demonstration. Are we going to remove it and put something in there in its place that works for this community? Or are we going to accept what we have and the failures of it? Is that what we're going to do?
In terms of the demonstration, we can get everything out of the road. Let's take everything out. We can paint the bike lane green at this point. And then Greg, can you do that research? And we can look at actually moving the curb, which would make everything safer and separate the bikes and the cars, which is.
Okay,
Right now, the motion on the table is the issue of demonstration project adaptation to 2-way.
We have 2 motions on the table, only one of which has a second. So at this point, my recommendation would be to see, is there a second to the substitute motion by Councilmember Haney that was to recap, remove all obstacles in the roadway, to restore 4 travel lanes, and to include the 2 bike lanes on the 2 sides, removing the parking Maricopa. That was a substitute motion to the existing motion on the table by Councilmember Francino, with a second by Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick. So Councilmember Haney's substitute motion would need a second. If there is a second, then it's voted on first. If there's no second, then it's dead.
Well, and I'd like a third motion to get everything out of the road.
Okay, so a motion, a substitute motion, another substitute motion to remove everything off the road.
But wait,
would that be coupled with maintaining 4 lanes or 2 lanes for travel lanes? That's the key question.
2.
Betsy says, so Betsy is not, her motion, I don't feel is in conflict with, I think Councilmember Wyrick made the motion. Actually, I seconded it, or I don't know.
The other way around.
It was the other way around. Okay, so.
Oh, that's right. It was the other way. Sorry. Yeah.
So then that would be my understanding is that then a an attempt to amend the original motion to maintain the 2 vehicle lanes and direct staff to study a bi-directional bike lane on the north-off side while removing all obstacles in the street.
And moving the curb, looking at the finances in terms of moving the curb
That's
potentially.
good. That's Betsy's motion.
Hold on, didn't Greg tell us it was $300,000 to $500,000 and we wouldn't even probably not get a permit if we wanted to do the curb thing? I thought that was what Greg did present to us.
Well, I'd like to see the research on that.
I also understood that that was something to do with the permanent project, not the demonstration project. It may be helpful for the council to divide and provide clear direction for A, so staff has clear direction, and B, so the record clears, because I assume none of these votes are going to be unanimous. So it would be helpful, I think, to sort of break it up in pieces. So first off, demonstration project. So with that, we have the motion, and then, which did get a second, is on the table. Substitute motion, that needs a second. So is there a second? To Councilmember Haney, substitute motion, which would restore 4 vehicle travel lanes and remove all the parking as needed to allow for 2 bike lanes. In summary. Not hearing a second, motion dies. So that would put back on the table the original motion from Councilmember Francina, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, to for the demonstration project to maintain the 2 vehicle travel lanes, but add a bi-directional bike lane on the north-off side, removing all parking and other impediments as needed within the existing curb-to-curb right-of-way to run that as a demonstration project, mindful of the mayor's further comment about the permanent project.
Yeah.
Right.
So that would be, the choice would be on page 5, number 1. But, excuse me, I'm not, part of my motion does not include removing everything, because I think we do need some delineators for safety. I like Kathy Nolan's suggestion about using the planters in not for the parking, but I mean, Greg can work that out. My motion is to proceed with number 1, and with the addition of the 2-way bike lane, with the understanding that currently it may only be possible from Valerio due to El Roblar, but then come back and tell us what needs to be done to make it possible from the Y intersection to Valerio. Is that clear? And then what was the reason for not having, the green paint, more green paint on the bike lane?
Mayor, what are we doing right now?
We are
clarifying my
That
motion.
wasn't a clarification of a motion. I don't even think anyone wrote it down. What are we doing right now?
I'm referencing that council we had 3 choices, and staff recommended number 1, continue as is, but the current demonstration project design, I would strike the word minor with modifications to design as described in attachment C. This approach has already been designed and reviewed with Caltrans and is the default approach and budget. Staff expects this approach to provide the greatest benefits to bicycle and pedestrian safety and traffic calming.
Mayor, I just like to say, I read the staff report. I really don't need it read to me at 10:38. I mean,
Okay,
we have a
sorry.
motion on the floor. It's been explained 5 times. What are we clarifying here other than reading the staff report?
With the addition of the 2-way bike lane on the north-off side.
Do we have and you have a second for that?
I thought we already had a motion on the floor that was seconded and
Okay.
stated by the city attorney.
Yeah, as I understand it, the motion is to proceed with maintaining the 2 vehicle travel lanes for the demonstration project, but with direction to further create a bi-directional bike lane on the north-off side. I would ask Mr. Grant to clarify, is that consistent with what's already been designed or not? That's the connection I can't draw from the existing materials.
Great.
The clarification is that we have a two-way bike lane from Valerio to Pyre on the southbound side. And as I understand it, the proposal will be to extend that from the Y is all the way down to Church. And that would be feasible. It would take a permit from Caltrans and some rework, restriping and so on the project. I would estimate $15,000 of costs, which we have set aside in our recent grant funds that we could cover.
So my motion would also include the fees, finding out how to extend it all the way to Elbro Blar. We may not, come back and with a,
Susan, I think the feasibility about that is in the motion stated by the city attorney to look into the feasibility of that.
A clarification would be helpful on that, because if you eliminated parking, we could do that if you want to do that during the demonstration.
And that was already understood as an option.
Okay.
And I would like to add a friendly amendment to Bill and Souza's motion to ask Greg to research that, the idea that we talked about.
Certainly.
Thank you. Okay,
It's just one of many decisions we need to make.
thanks. Okay, are we ready for a vote? Okay,
Now, in order.
Gail?
Councilmember Francina,
yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
I abstain.
Councilmember Haney,
No.
Okay, great. All right, moving along, it's 10:41. Do we want to, we'll put you want to do the COVID report, James? Before
Madam Mayor, I believe there's another half dozen questions that staff needs direction
We're
on.
not done with this. We have a lot more to decide on this.
Okay.
This may be all we get done tonight.
Yeah, I think we'll bring the other two items back next meeting, but
I mean, we're not done with ATP, are we?
no.
No.
Not far from it. We still have some funding that we need to look at.
Yeah.
Well, there's another issue I want to raise.
Bill,
When it's appropriate.
go ahead.
All right, I am thoroughly confused about at point in time, being presented with right-of-way acquisitions. I do not understand it. I've tried to understand it. I don't know. It's not clear to me what right-of-way acquisitions are associated with curb extensions and what right-of-way acquisitions are associated with driveway cuts. I think that those are two different things completely, and we need to have an understanding of it. I have no real understanding of why it's necessary to be looking at right-of-way acquisitions associated with existing driveway cuts when driveway cuts are done by encroachment permits. And that the city doesn't buy land to put when a property owner wants a driveway in, they get an encroachment permit. That encroachment permit needs to be done by the standards set by the city. If the city is, encroachment permits are basically like easements. And, well, not really easements, but they're encroachment permits. And so when we're talking about making modifications for ADA, I just don't understand why we're talking about ADA compliance for on an existing encroachment permit involving a right-of-way acquisition. I've done many of these with many private properties, and I just don't understand why that is the case. That's A. And then B, if we're talking about curb extensions triggering the need for right-of-way acquisition, we need to understand which ones of those are triggering that problem, because that becomes a resource allocation issue. Is the benefit of that curb extension worth the extra money being involved, not just with the construction, but with the additional engineering cost and the right-of-way acquisition itself? you know, here we are this far into the project and having to make this decision. I find it's awkward, but I'd like to have some clarifications on A and B. I just don't get it.
Randy?
Mayor, just to add to that, again, we're at the 60% heading to 90. I'm perplexed as to why it's coming this late in the game. It seems to me this should have been thought out from the beginning. And if we were going to do any of these acquisitions, we should have done it then, or at least got something in writing that these the businesses or the homeowners that we're going to impact have agreed to this. That's one thing. The second thing is these numbers that were given to us. What are these numbers based on? Is there an assumption being made that 100 square feet is worth $3,000? Or I'm lost. I don't see any data substantiating the cost that the Public Works Director has given us. So I'm concerned with that. And then I'm concerned with, what if one of these individuals doesn't want to give us that right? Are we willing to fight for it? Are we willing to go to court? Are we willing to litigate the fact that we need that access? Again, I don't know if this has been thought out properly, but I have the same concerns as Bill, and then along with mine. I'm just lost why we're heading into the 90% and this is coming up. And there's nothing in the report that says that the grant funding can cover these costs. I don't even know if the grant money is set aside to be used for that. Does it state it anywhere in the documents? I'd like to see that. So I'm as perplexed as Bill. I don't know why this is coming at this late a date, but that's just one councilman's opinion.
Well, several of the public comments ask that we resolve the Maricopa Highway first. So how about we do that first?
It's already been done.
Well,
there was a motion made.
Yes.
Mayor, you're chairing the meeting, so if you've another issue on Maricopa Avenue you want to bring up.
No, I know. Now that let's do it though. Let's do it because the community has been so divided on this. So let's finish it. Let's work it out and then go from there.
Well, clarify yourself, Mayor. Work what out?
Work out the Maricopa Highway. Make it work for most of us. And then move forward from there. Let's one thing at a time. So that's.
Did you want to make your design, your additional motion for permanent design review of your thought?
Yeah, let's make them. To answer your questions, Randy, and Bill, your questions. Let's make a motion in some form to resolve those, to get those answers, right?
Yeah, I just don't understand why with an encroachment permit on a driveway cut, you need to do right-of-way acquisition for ADA compliance.
Mayor, could I respond to that?
Sure, thank you.
There was an attachment to the report which shows where, and when they talk about right-of-way, there's both the acquisition required when it's permanent, and then there's the temporary construction easement when it's just to be a temporary modification. And I guess there's two things. One is this process can take a long time. You can imagine an owner has to go through their bank, and their bank can be very difficult to have decisions made through. So it can take a lot of time. It can take 12 months easily to do the construction easement as well as the right of way. I think there was a comment from Councilman Haney about the cost. There's a presumption for the rough estimates at this point that the value of the property is about $30 per square foot for acquisition. And it's a very arduous process you have to go through for any federal money being involved. You have to have a special certified right-of-way.
Wait, Greg, please. You're not answering my question.
Okay, I think there's a few questions I was trying to address, but I think your question is, if I could share the screen, I think it's better if I show you the specific examples, if I could do that, please.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you and seem rude, but I don't feel like we should go off without answering my question.
Right. Well, I think some people were questioning the cost and some people are questioning. All right. So the cost is anyways $30 per square foot, and it's soon to be 1/10 of that for temporary construction easements. So here we are at the Y. And here's the first example. We've got sidewalk infill here within the right of way. So there's no right of way acquisition. The key shows the temporary construction easements are green and the pink color is the right of way acquisition. So for instance, when this sidewalk's put in, it's a new drive cut and it has to be chased out to match the driveway. There's a difference in grade for that driveway. So that.
Why is there a new drive cut there?
Because a new sidewalk, curb and gutter is being placed across this area.
There's not an existing drive cut there?
No, not that would be ADA compliant and not that it would be standard.
Is there an existing turnoff for vehicles from Ojai Avenue into that green space right now?
I believe that one is an unimproved shoulder, so it's got kind of a rough asphalt combined to the.
So it's a rough asphalt driveway entrance now.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're gonna pay this individual, we're paying them, and then we're improving it.
Yes.
Why aren't we just, they have an encroachment permit. They have to have an encroachment permit to use a driveway, no matter what its level of construction is, right?
From Caltrans, I think these are way back. I very much doubt there'd be an existing encroachment permit for that.
Okay, this is a legal issue, morass issue here, Greg, because you're telling me that if, let's say we put that sidewalk in and there was no driveway cut there now, and a person applied to put one in, they would get an encroachment permit and it would be built according to Caltrans and city standards, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an existing driveway. And rather than saying, if, okay, we're going to make this improvement for your driveway access in order for you to maintain the right for you to have that driveway access. If you don't agree, you don't have the driveway access anymore. That would be the normal approach.
It's a very strict process with a federal. When you impact an existing property with your improvements, you've got to somehow make that improvement continue unless you want to go into.
If we're saying we're paying, the grant's paying for that improved access. We're not changing access.
If I could jump in here real quick on a legal issue. I think one of the things to remember is that, Greg, hold the map there. As I understand it, on this particular stretch of Ojai Avenue, much of the area that's proposed for existing sidewalk, that is proposed for new sidewalk is not within the right-of-way of Caltrans. And on other parts of Ojai Avenue, the right-of-way, there is existing sidewalk that is, and existing areas of sidewalk that need to be converted into curb cuts that are not currently owned by Caltrans nor the city. So one of the issues is the exact extent of right-of-way acquisitions that are needed for permanent and for temporary construction easements. I think serious questions have been raised, and my recommendation at this point would be for Greg to return with the consultants to evaluate the right-of-way scope more precisely to understand exactly where right-of-way is needed, and for those that are needed for, as an example in the middle of the screen here, a temporary construction easement, a TCE for extending a cross slope for a driveway cut to be maintained with the sidewalk. Is there an existing encroachment permit with Caltrans that allows that driveway cut to exist to access the right of way? And if so, does that encroachment permit have conditions requiring the property owner to consent to modifications and pay for as needed for future improvements? If that permit exists, that would enable the city to do so without the need for paying as much. I don't think that Mr. Grant would be able to answer those questions at the precision being asked for at this time. And it might make sense to continue that particular portion of the discussion.
I'm fine with dropping my inquiry, Mayor, if that's the direction we go.
Yeah, I agree with that, and wait till the demonstration project.
And keep in mind, if we wait, we may run out of time. We have, about 15 months of the extension on this project left, and that's about the amount of time we need for the right of way.
Greg, that gets to why we're just hearing about it now.
Hold on, Bill. That's the mayor.
Go ahead,
Right,
Randy.
and I think the reason we're hearing about it now is that Caltrans said they would figure out the right of way before our project. We had to figure it out. They couldn't do it within their 2-year scope. So we had to figure out the right of way. Once it was figured out, it was delineated where and how much right of way. And that's what this map shows right now. These maps that are attached to the packet show where is their temporary construction easements and where is their permanent easements throughout the project. I could either review them now or we could go on, but they're already calculated out and they weren't known before. It's like a huge effort to figure out the right of way on this Ojai Avenue.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess this is where I get confused. Is why wouldn't we know where they were?
It's a huge effort. It's not a given. Nobody knows where those right of ways are.
I'm hearing you deflect this on Caltrans. Is this a Caltrans issue that they failed to perform?
Well, when we started the project 5 years ago, they spent $250,000 pursuing it. They got some data together, and then our consultant pulled it together, but they did not know. They have to go through title on every single property to understand where the right of way is, and that took a huge effort.
And then I guess I just want to go back to the same thing, Greg. So we're improving someone's property and we're going to pay them to do it. And we're going to use grant funding to do that. And does the grant allow for that? Can you give us that information?
Yes, we have money allocated in that grant revision to purchase the right of way and the TCEs, as well as the right of way consultant effort. And it's a process that's required. You have to offer these people the fair value of the TCE or acquisition. They can donate it. And we've talked to most of these properties and they're very open to the process and supportive of it. This has been a year ago. And so they're supportive of it, but and they can donate it, but more than likely when one property owner is paid, it's unlikely the next owner is going to.
So you just kind of answered our question. You've known about this for a year.
Yes.
And we're hearing about it tonight for the first time.
Yes.
Technically last Tuesday. But this was something that could have been brought up at any time to our attention. So that's interesting. So it's not a Caltrans issue. I don't know whose issue it is right now. It's conflated.
Susan?
We're going to do more research.
I think
Just to clarify, we just got a proposal from a consultant that we can now deal with. They were not even sure how to handle this themselves. So I had this map that said there's impacts and they were just getting together their proposal and what the impacts were.
And who's the consultant?
Alta, and they've got subcontractors for surveying and right-of-way research and a separate consultant that does, it's in the packet there. There's another consultant that does the actual negotiations for the acquisition.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Alta does this all the time. You would have thought they'd known up front that they were going to have to go through this process.
But again, it's a common sense point of view here.
Yeah.
Being asked to authorize paying property owners to pay to improve their property.
Right. That's what we're doing. And
I'm afraid it's required when it's federal money, you have to follow the process.
And we need their approval.
Greg, one clarification that might be worth making, or I'm sorry, not Greg, council.
Wow.
The proposal at the moment is for each of these temporary construction easements in particular to buy the right to access their property. The property owners could refuse. If they refuse, the city or Caltrans rather could not access their property absent consent or eminent domain. So the intention is to buy access to go onto their property to, yes, improve it. At this point, I would recommend, Greg, I realize we're looking for a decision fairly quickly, but my sense is that the council's not yet prepared to authorize the several $100,000 at stake. And therefore, my recommendation would be that the council consider continuing the right-of-way authorization portions of this item to allow two things. One, for Mr. Grant or the right consultant to be prepared to speak to council on each individual acquisition to confirm that it's necessary and that it's not limited to the kinds of ADA cross-slope issues that could be solved within the existing rights of way. And two, to make sure that all possible avenues for exploring negotiated resolution with each of the owners have been evaluated, particularly given that for many of these property owners, they're well known in our community and they're folks with whom The city probably already has existing relationships. It's distinct from these consultants from out of town. That might be a reasonable approach should the council so consider it.
So moved.
Sounds like a good idea. Thank you, Matt.
Well, I was going to actually, I don't know if there's any support, but based on what Matt just said, based on what Greg said about the requirements of federal funding, I believe that Greg said that the grant money to do this, I'm totally comfortable with supporting the staff recommendation because.
Well, I would like to make a motion to accept the city attorney's recommendation.
I'll second it.
I'll second. Go ahead, Randy. All right, let's vote.
But can I ask, would this come back at the next meeting? Because I'm concerned about the time delay. That's the only reason I'm, otherwise it makes sense what you said.
I would look to staff. The next meeting is, of course, a week from tonight.
Yeah.
The packet goes out tomorrow. I think it'd be the meeting after that, the 25th.
Yeah, that's what I meant in May. But so Greg, I just don't want to jeopardize, being able to move forward. But okay.
Okay, we have a motion. May we have a roll call, Gail, please?
Mary, can I ask one last question, please?
Yep.
I just want to, Greg, the total number, was it 381,000 or was it 500 and something thousand?
Total number for TC and acquisition?
Yes.
I'm not sure off the cuff. I don't recall that one.
We had this number here, wasn't it here? Wasn't it presented to us? I thought it was close to $500,000. So I just want to be, you should.
That's part of the consultant services. They have to determine it. We had some estimates based on $30 per square foot. They have got to go through the process to nail it down.
Again, that's not as accurate as it could be. So maybe that could come back to in a more accurate form. Because we need to recognize that this money we're spending out of the grant is something that we're not going to be able to do as far as actual improvements. Lighting, curb extensions, crosswalks, you name it. So I just want to be clear that we understand that this money is impacting the ability to do some of this project.
Well, to be clear, also the additional money we obtained does cover these acquisitions and so on. We don't know what the exact amounts are. That's what we have to pay them to do, is to do the extensive appraisals, and it requires secondary appraisals.
So don't you need approval from council to spend that money? Isn't that $21,000 to Alta and 121 to someone else?
Yes.
So is that something that you need tonight, or are you going to come back and ask for that when you bring this all back to us?
Well, I mean, if we could proceed with them assessing the values, that's how we'd nail this down.
That wasn't part of the motion that the city attorney, that I made, that was the city attorney's motion.
And to be clear, I never make motions. It's a suggestion. I have no role.
No, what I'm trying to say is we have a motion on the table that we're getting a skew from now.
So can we have a roll call on that? Are you all ready to vote on that? Randy, you ready?
I'm not ready.
Oh.
It sounded like Greg said that there's something that we need to do in order to get to the information that we're asking for. That we had to.
I understand there's a suggestion. I mean, if the council does not agree with some of these acquisitions or right of TCEs, the construction easements, we wouldn't necessarily want the consultant to be working on them.
That's exactly right. So until we have the information for a decision, Susan, we don't know what the how much we need to authorize.
I'm going to be.
Okay.
Okay.
So you want to vote?
Roll call, please, Gail.
Councilmember Haney,
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much. And we'll postpone the next two items for the next meeting. James? James? Did we lose him?
Yes. I hate to say it, but I still think isn't there still a couple other issues on this, or is that it? I guess one issue I'll raise quickly, and we can bring it back on May 25th if that's something that council agrees with, is the idea of bringing back, I think I'm recommending that we bring back a closer look at the curb extensions on May 25th as well, with the right-of-way scope. I think I heard from multiple council members that there's questions about which curb extensions are crucial and which aren't.
Well, James, I'd like to, if I can say something, James, that
yeah,
we're not getting a full picture with some of these things we're doing of whether or not they're going to cost us money and cost us other parts of the project. Even while we're looking into a Maricopa Highway and investigating part of it, that's why I'm totally perplexed. And it seems like there's money, but we've been told there was no money. This council voted to agree not to spend any money over any of the grant money. Clearly, there's open-ended costs on this. It feels like the demonstration project, whatever we voted on, which was so unclear, I abstained. It's not clear whether that's going to cost us other money. Definitely not on these other projects. So I really think it's important because there's been priorities set on this. This thing's been designed in the same manner for a year and a half, and we're going over it like it's brand new. But if we're going to pick and choose, we already have the priority set. I mean, are we looking at the curb extensions because we don't have money, or we're reprioritizing stuff, or we're changing our mind about stuff and going back to where it was voted on, 4 or 5 times before? I don't have any problem if we want to review the curb extensions now, but it feels like we should be looking at, what we get and what we don't get. And if we have an open-ended amount on these right-of-ways and other issues on how much it's going to cost, I still can't fully grasp whether or not that's going to come out of other parts of the project where we may need to get rid of curb extensions for a financial reason, not just because we don't like them.
Yeah.
What I was asking for was what curb extensions are associated with right-of-way acquisitions and which ones are not.
That's part of what I was. Yeah, it's part
I
of
have
what
no clarity about that. Is to make a resource allocation decision, a cost benefit
And to
decision.
clarify, that is the attachment in the report right now. That information was provided, but it would take some time to review. And so I understand bringing it back another time.
Well, was it done? I didn't see it by curb extension, what was going to require a right-of-way acquirement, and then what a cost for that would potentially be, because not every curb bowl about's exactly the same. I mean, the one in front of the pergola versus one of the other ones at the corner of Ojai Avenue versus some of these other ones where we're looking at sidewalk infill and other stuff. And what we're trading for one and getting in the other, and then we're potentially reviewing Maricopa to spend $300,000 to $500,000 more on curbs over there. Where is that going to get? What is the give and take on some of those ideas? I don't even think it seems like we're this far along and we're starting from scratch in a way. If we're really looking at basic revisions to the basic plan that could cost $300,000 to $500,000 more. Well, if we're going to entertain that, we better have a plan to where we're going to take it all out. Because what's the point of researching it if we're not willing to cut the money from some other part of the project to pay for it? And it seems like we're going backwards a lot faster than we're going forward. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's because it's 11 o'clock, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that we're not really moving through this in a systematic way to make these decisions. It feels like we're getting new stuff thrown out. And hell, we started this a couple of months ago with $120,000 of costs that we didn't know anything about. And now it feels like might blow through that quickly.
Randy?
Mayor, just quickly, I agree with Ryan. I think the closest that we got to any idea of what we were going to do and how we were going to do it and what it was going to cost is we actually had an analysis with a cost estimate attached to it for each function of what we were going to do. I don't know if that was 6 months ago or a year ago, but I remember that's when we received it. And that was actually the first time that we really saw the project, the scope of the project, individually pieced out with a cost thrown to it. It seems like we need to do the same thing here, that Greg needs to do, a public works director. Someone has to go back and reconstruct from that moment forward, bring any of these additional costs, any of these additional concerns that we have, and actually present it in a manner that we can see what the costs are, where the costs are going to be applied, so that we understand what we're giving and what we're taking, if we want to do all of the things that we all would like to achieve. That, you know, and I'm not going to get into each individual need here, but we need something that speaks to that more clearly. And I believe the public wants something that speaks to that more clearly also. There you go.
Yeah, and for example, if we go to a double bike lane on the Nordoff side, and in the final project, that's going to cost us $300 to $500 or let's say it's another $100,000. I don't know exactly what that number is, but are we going to entertain that idea with the thought that there's something we're willing to cut to make it happen? Because it may look great in a demonstration, but it may not be worth the things we'd have to cut in the downtown area in order to get that done. And I'm not willing to give up. You know, I think the like the island at, you know, I mean, if we want to do, for example, if we want to do any type of reflectors at across from Libby Bowl, or Libby Park, which is a kind of important spot, it's $50,000 extra to do it. Well, I mean, at what point? I mean, are we going to demonstrate a project that we literally can't afford? Or are we going to start saying, all right, if we're going to try and hype this thing up into a different way and get people excited about a change on Maricopa Highway, that there's actually a way to cut stuff on Ojai Avenue to pay for all of it? And it does not feel like it feels like we're just throwing everything at the wall and worried about the money later. And I mean, we clearly made a decision as this council. We weren't going to come out of pocket above the grant to pay for any of this stuff. And it sure feels like it's not certain that we're there.
I want to clarify that we did, at the last meeting, we were short $1.8 million, and that's what staff in the meanwhile secured the extra funding. So right now we have the funding to do the project as exists, but the modifications, now those would be new. And we could, we have a significant breakdown of the cost, but we could have it broken down further. We could definitely, you know, the attachment to the report is that breakdown, which has Maricopa and Ojai Avenue broken down by pedestrian improvements, bike, and miscellaneous. There's significant cost for the sidewalk infill, including the easements and so on. So you can see those strip by strip as we go through here. But I can further clarify that'll take working with a consultant who is beyond the scope of theirs. So I think if we really wanted to go through and break it out piece by piece, you know, how much is that curb extension? How much is that easement? So you know on the total cost of that, we'd have to have the consultant modify their scope. We'd have to give them extra work, and we have money set aside with that recent funding for.
That would be, I think that'd be a great idea, because this is a year old, more than a year old. That spreadsheet is more than a year old. And here it should, I think that's the kind of thing we need to help us make a decision when we're being asked to authorize additional spending or spending modifications.
If we could authorize the consultant, if you could authorize the city manager to approve an amendment up to $20,000, I'm sure that they could break. It's a significant effort to break all that out. So we've got it for full detail and review of that meeting.
Well, that would be after we finish the right-of-way evaluation, because the cost of doing that depends on what we really find is necessary or not.
I thought you couldn't decide whether or not to do it until you knew the cost of each item though.
No, we don't know what right-of-way acquisition is necessary.
And just as a reminder, that's what that map is. That map.
What would we do if we didn't have a consultant? How would we do this?
All I'm saying, Greg, is you're assuming away the motion we just passed.
Don't we
have
have
to evaluate what acquisitions need to be made and which ones absolutely may not need to be made?
And that's where I'll jump in, noting that was the motion that did get a unanimous vote from the council to continue the right-of-way acquisition discussions with the direction to return with further analysis of the proposed acquisition step by step. I recognize that we won't yet have the precise cost estimates from the consultant, who wouldn't prepare those until council authorized the suite to be considered, but we should be able to get some information from the consultant as to rough cost estimates plus justification to allow council to make that decision. At this point, I think on that issue, it may make sense to proceed with your existing motion as already approved and continue that one.
Okay, that sounds good.
I just have one more thing to add to this, though. We keep want to throw money at these consultants, and we're making them rich. What are they giving back to us? Why aren't we asking them to be considerate of our needs? Why do we have to go to them with our handout? Why aren't we demanding that they do something for us in exchange for all the monies that we're giving them? Why is this not an even exchange? That's what concerns me. And again, what would we do if we didn't have the consultant? We'd end up doing it ourselves. Our public works director would have to do this.
Keep in mind, before I got here, there was no grant secured for this kind of work because no one was willing to take on this kind of effort. It's a huge project, $5 million. You can't do it with your own staff.
Well, thank you, Greg, for all the work you've done on this, and all of you, all four of you. I know you've been working a long time on this, so appreciate that.
Bullshit.
What?
Can you see me?
Ryan?
Thank you. You know, and Greg, I appreciate it. I mean, this is a ton of work, and you know, I don't think you deserve to get beat up over all the specifics. It's not, you're not, you know, it's a lot of moving parts. Let's be honest. It's always going to be difficult for all this stuff to get figured out. But from a principle standpoint, I'm much more concerned about us having enough money to make Ojai Avenue right, and I'm very much less concerned about Maricopa Highway. And between the two, from a standpoint of Ojai citizens, the downtown area, I think, is significantly more important to do right, and is where most people travel, is where most people shop, is where most people eat, is where most people experience Ojai.
It's
and
where
I
most
just want to make
accidents occur.
right, and and it's where there's a significant more pedestrian traffic. There's significantly more, and I appreciate Nordhoff, but there's not a lot of people riding bikes other than to Nordhoff, other than up and through for other stuff compared to downtown. And we look at any weekend, it's like that. So I just want to make sure that we are understanding that these permutations of the demonstration project and all these changes and potentially adding a Maricopa situation to try and appease the public that would cost $300,000 to $500,000 has got to come out somewhere, and it's not going to come out of our pocket. So this downtown Ojai area, I sure hope we have all the money we need and everything we can do by not screwing around with Maricopa Highway too much, and can get this done correctly, because I think between the two, this is going to be a significantly more important and much more meticulous design. And it does not feel like it's all buttoned up yet. It really doesn't feel close. It feels like it's a little bit all over the place, but I also really appreciate, I really like it. I mean, I really do. I think the Ojai Avenue portion is really going to be a significant improvement. And I do appreciate that, Greg. And I think we're going to, you know, I just want to make sure we don't run out of money to make it perfect.
Well,
Okay.
where does that leave us, Mayor?
Well, where does that leave us? So we're gonna come back. We have a motion. Anything else anybody want to talk about before we call it a night? I guess that's a no, huh? Okay, city manager report. James, do you want to say anything before we?
Sure. Just quickly, I believe that that there is a consensus among council members to move meetings temporarily during the summer to 7 p.m. from the newly designated 6:30 p.m. So unless there's objection, we will begin with the next meeting on May 11th to start at 7 p.m. And we'll make sure to display that prominently on our agenda and our notices. On the next agenda, we'll bring back the budget. We'll go through both the general fund as well as the CIP and Measure C. We'll have a thorough COVID update, and we'll also bring back the contract for the demographer for the redistricting process. And we're planning to demonstrate the My Ojai app that we'll be launching, the smartphone application. And then we'll have an item, a request from 2 council members to review a pest management plan. So that'll be planned for May 11th. And then lastly, we did May 1st, everybody I think knows, and people might be seeing these or getting them, but both the city and the fire department by May 1st every year issue weed abatement or brush clearance notices. We've issued 82 within the city, and the fire districts issued many as well. So those are going out, and we know that nobody likes getting those, but we appreciate everybody doing their part to reduce the fire risk within the city, as fire season is now year round. So that's everything I have.
James. Okay, anything else before we adjourn?
Mayor Sticks?
Yeah.
Just as a follow-up on future agenda items, item 1J on a past consent calendar had to do a meeting, not the last meeting, meeting before that, was a continuance of the item on fire safety preparedness and possible referral to the BAB for fire hardening deliberations. That was continued for a future council meeting. I was wondering what your thoughts were on what council meeting that would be.
Probably not next one, but maybe in 2. James, yeah, end of May.
Yeah,
Okay.
we could do that.
Okay, great. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.